and tried to kill stuff, but the stuff that was trying to kill that stuff went to kill us, we went to kill that instead, and then we were like, we're gonna kill what we were gonna originally kill, but then we were like, nah.
Bran got fixed-ish.
He's willing to be fixed now. And I'm drinking that water. That's somehow it doesn't keep running out. That's weird.
It's not that it's not running out. It's
Bran doesn't know it's running out because Zell keeps switching it.
Oh. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I guess.
Oh, everybody's fucking water.
Okay.
It's all mine now.
Okay. Sure. Anything else?
Besides being willing to get fixed, Bran now knows he needs to look for... Okay. The Temple of the All-Father, All-Flame? This was a thing.
Yes, I remember this because I had to rename it. Because I was like, this is not it.
Yes. But I'm looking for a temple to bathe in the flames.
Yes, let me help you out here. It is... So I also need to remember what I said. Haha.
Haha.
You're looking for the Temple of the Flamebringer.
Of the Flamebringer.
Yes.
In which I need to bathe in his all flame?
His sacred flame.
Okay, his sacred flame.
The
Sounds kinky.
The Flamebringer is this is pretty common knowledge in this world. It is a pseudonym for the god Alfric.
Alfric the Flamebringer and his sacred flame. I need to find that.
Yes. Specifically, it was you were told that his followers, especially those looking to become higher ranked, like priests or bishops, would undergo a pilgrimage and light the sacred flame in various locations.
Oh, in various locations, not just at their temples?
They have temples in various locations.
Okay.
But...
Just making sure. It's not just be out somewhere and not at a temple.
Yeah, so it's actually like I'll also give you this information as well. It's like it's not like it's in the middle of nowhere. It's usually within like settled areas, and they like go to place. It's kind of like a pilgrimage to like spread their teachings and stuff like that.
Got it.
As opposed to like going in the middle of nowhere and like getting killed or something.
Pilgrimage is spread there. So like, like a hippie camp.
Kinda, yeah.
Got
sure.
it. We're looking for hippie camp, boys.
What's a hippie?
People that consume a lot of
You're too young, though.
And drunk. And
Looks over
sometimes
at
there's
Bren.
a lot of like adult activities going on.
Looks over at Bran.
I only went to one. Maybe two.
Anyways, you guys at this point, sort of headed through to Plumage Peaks. It is night. You're getting close. The air gets chillier. I don't know if you guys would do anything at that night. You're just gonna...
Are we setting camp?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, like, is it at the time at which we set camp? Like, or is there further to go?
Well, it is evening.
Well, let's set camp, guys. I need to kick it back. Muscles are pretty sore. We had a big fight the other time.
Break sounds good.
Does Bren require medical attention?
Nah.
Okay, that's good. BD would not have been capable of providing it.
Oh. Thanks, baby.
Might as well turn in while it's still not dark.
because it's cold, Bren will fucking, make sure we have a campfire going, a regular old campfire. And we're like, all right, I'll take. Wait, I forget. Does B? No, I'll take first watch. Do we need watches? Do we have protection? I forget. I'm, got hit in the head.
BB is still aware while he's in whatever mode.
Perfect. Cool.
Right. I can take second then.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll pair with B for first. Zell will pair with B for second. And baby, you just, stay awake the whole time.
BB has no concept of sleep.
Yeah,
You don't?
sleep mode.
What'd you do before you met up with Gwen? Weren't you powered off? Is that on sleep?
Off is different from sleep.
Oh, how's it different?
Printing manual.
Oh shit. Nope, you're right. It's very different. And Brett just goes to sleep. He's not reading a fucking manual.
Yeah, he reads the manual and then it's so boring, goes to sleep.
Yeah.
Zelver reads the manual and then uses it for fucking kindling.
I'll mark down we have to buy some parchment later.
You are not that well versed in machinery, especially of BB's make, which is some number of years ahead of your time, at the very least. So
Yep. No clue what it says.
you're not really sure what any of this means, even though you put more effort into it than Brendan.
Just handing somebody a fucking physics textbook.
Yeah.
BB points you to the shutdown section, and from what you surmise, it seems to indicate that if anything is wrong, the first thing you should do is turn it off and then back on again. That's really all.
Does it
you
say what the
managed
off
to
button
say.
is?
No.
Baby, where's your power switch?
You need to issue a command line. Command.
Do I have the command spell?
No, you require a keyboard.
What's a keyboard?
Why would I need a board of keys?
Printing diagram.
Oh, we're not getting into this, are we? We just have watches and sleep.
Command spell off! I have command.
Are you actually command spelling him off?
He said I needed to input a command!
Give me a wisdom.
Alright.
saving throw.
He said input a command, so I did commands.
Yeah?
Just
Tracks?
following directions out here.
But what is it? But you were right. The fucking character sheet looks like garbage now.
Yeah. It's a little hard.
What? There were changes?
Dark
Oh my
mode.
god, this is so... I
Don't
wish
see
the
any changes.
I
What
wish-
the hell?
text was bolded or something.
How much?
There's the top left.
I don't see any changes. to the character.
Dark mode doesn't just change the color. It also seems to change the layout.
Let's
And
also change
fucking breaks it.
the font.
Yeah, it changes a bunch of shit for no fucking reason.
Yeah, don't use that.
Yeah, dark mode seems like fucking not.
This
Not-
font is harder to fucking read too.
Yeah,
It's not like
I had a lot of problems writing the NPC blocks because all the text was in black. So black on gray. Yeah.
No, dark mode's useless.
No,
Listen
I'm
to me.
sorry. You're gonna continue being blinded some more. I'm sure maybe they'll fix it, potentially. But well, you feel compelled to off whatever that means. To your understanding, it means shutting yourself down.
BB fucking dies.
Damn. large retiring 2 characters back to back.
You attempt to shut yourself down, but as you go through the process in your mind, you appear to appear to hit some sort of hard error. Requires administrator access.
You don't even have your own administrator access.
Well, no. Zoro doesn't have administrator access. She just issued command sudo off. Command is only a 1 word allowed.
Huh. It's not working.
Printing error log.
We're not gonna freeze tonight.
It's true. So much fucking paper.
How much parchment do I have to buy?
That's up to you to decide. I'm not dealing with this. You can roleplay how much money you're willing to throw away for this.
He just keeps reusing the same paper. You can't even read it anymore.
How much is ink?
Probably not that expensive.
I don't know, it's pretty expensive in real life.
Oh.
Ink per like amount is more expensive than like French perfume.
1 ounce bottle, 10 gold pieces.
10 gold! Holy shit, dude!
Can he just like use blood?
Nah, he's a laser printer.
He doesn't have his own blood though.
Well, we've killed so many things. I'm sure we can just stock up.
He uses a laser to burn the words into the parchment.
Ah.
No
He
ink
can't
required.
reuse. He can't reuse the parchment.
Yeah.
Very small. Controlled burn.
Bren, you're not sure what's going on outside, but you hear a lot of printing.
I'm gonna fucking climb a tree and just keep watch. Because these guys, I don't know when the fuck they're gonna stop reading and sleep. Who wants to read?
Cell's already. Cell's reading. She understands nothing.
She's already burned it all.
I'll just ask Pete for another copy when I actually understand.
Philip is already fast asleep. He could not give less of a fuck.
He thinks, oh, it's nice and toasty.
Yes, indeed. He thinks the parchment makes good fuel, and it's nice and toasty.
At some point, after people are sleeping, it's the first watch still. Brandon's gonna like jump down the tree, walk over to BB. Hey BB, you're still awake, right?
Baby does not require sleep.
Yeah, you don't have the concept of sleep. Yeah. Do you have a soul?
I imagine that crash in the background and the beep 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 of the microwave. it's just BB's processing.
Oh, it's even warmer now.
The answer to this question is unclear.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Well, do you imagine you have a soul?
Baby has no capability for imagination.
Really? Well, what can you do? Like, can you freely think?
BB is capable of computation, but not imagination.
Oh. Have you ever tried?
BB is trying.
Alright. Well, try and imagine a story for me.
BB recounts the tale of the previous day.
No. Not something that actually happened. I want you to make something up.
Why does Bren want a story?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to see if you have a soul, and then maybe like if you don't, or if you do, like what it's like to maybe not be in touch with your soul, or maybe have your soul broken. You know, and like if your soul's not in great condition. What do you think?
BB can provide academic learnings on the soul.
That's great, baby. But you know what it means to like not really feel. So here's the thing, right? What if there was a guy, right, and he kind of fucked up his soul, right? But then, you know, it wasn't that bad. He like, you know, he felt like he had to care less, which is nice and all. But now, like some guy told him, hey, you gotta go fix your soul. But if I do that and I care more, aren't I a different person?
BB, do me an insight check if you so please.
Like hypothetically speaking.
BB, it's not very hard for your computational mind to take the inputs that were given and reach the conclusion that this guy is in front of you.
BB would advise such a person to be not entirely concerned with the conception of identity, as it changes with different thoughts. And
That's a good point. But have you ever just not wanted to change? Like, what if someone just uploaded a new program into you? Would you be okay with that? Because it would feel like, you know, you just acted differently.
BB was created to serve a purpose.
Okay, but who decided that purpose?
This information is not found.
Okay. Well, even if your mission is to serve a purpose, right? You have to decide how best to achieve that purpose, right?
This is correct.
So there's some free will there in deciding those decisions. What if suddenly, you know, you had someone else in your head telling you a different way to do that? What if there are two right answers, BB, and you are calculating, but there's two choices?
BB would have to select a choice based on the value of secondary objectives.
All right, but what if one of those is your choices and one of those is someone else's choices? And they're not... I don't know, baby. It's just... Do I want my soul back? Or does this guy want his soul back? Should he want his soul back?
Brenda's a poor user of pronouns.
Yeah, you know, I mess up all the time. You know, I'm making up a story, baby. You know, that's what it goes, right? Sometimes you say I and put yourself in the story. Nah, never mind. Like, you're a straight shooter. You know that, baby? You speak, you know, very straight and honestly, and I respect that.
Brent should see a therapist once therapy is invented.
All right. Yeah, I think I won't. And he'll just walk off and go back to watch on his side of the camp.
You keep watch. The moon goes up and is towering over your head. You can hear some sort of howling in the distance. It doesn't seem to be something close by. It's more so a call of sorts in the mountains, echoing from the distance, some sort of haunting melody. Well, it's also somewhat calming in a sense, and it helps in some slight way to assuage your current concerns. BB, of course, has no concept of enjoying music. He remains a tin can. You proceed to the next watch.
Hey, oh, it's about that time. Zell,
Huh? What?
you're up.
Oh, alright. Zel's just gonna get up. Stare at Bren for a bit.
Bren, who was like probably in the middle of cleaning his guns when he nodded off, just was like, "Oh yeah, good. Don't nod off. You hear?" And Fane going to sleep for the first time.
Zel's just gonna take this time to refill his bottle. Alright, BB. We need more water.
BB contains drinking water.
Where does that come from?
Storage.
Squirrel to the wall. Water pours out of his mouth.
BB contains a Brita filter.
No, BB. We need more of this water. Do we know what makes this water, like, special? Have we ever... I don't think we ever looked at it, right?
Don't think so.
You think back to where you got the water, what you remember.
Alright, well, I need to find a way to keep making this water without going back there, so...
You remember that it was water gathered at the base of at a fountain that featured a statue in the middle of
Yeah,
some
the
sort of
dragon.
individual. No, it was not a dragon.
Oh, the bunny.
Yes, it was a bunny girl. Except
Oh my god, it was Rishkavarn.
it was if
Famed
the
adventure.
face was looked familiar to at least Bren, who I don't remember if he shared that information.
When was this again? On the picture of the mural?
This was way back.
This is when we saved the dragon, and then there was a statue by the dragon after the dragon turns into a statue. And that's where we got the water. So this is not the same water the dragon was.
So what happened
I mean,
was
is
there was
this
a
the same source?
cave where the small dragons were, and in that cave was a fountain with this statue. And you guys took some of the water from there after realizing the water was peculiar.
Can I check the water?
What do you mean by check the water?
BB vision the water.
Okay. Sure.
We're gonna need to put our brains together, you know, like how we crafted the
This-
potions.
This requires an Arcana check.
Alright, BB, I need your help. What tools does
BB is prepared to helping.
You know, this would probably be easier with Bren. But I'm just gonna keep switching his water out. Ignore the +2. It's just 9.
You look at the water with your VV vision, and you kind of sit there and wait, and eventually some messages come out. But the only thing that you actually manage to read clearly is water of regeneration, and the rest of it is redacted.
BB, please.
You hear the fans whirring.
Alright, how long will it take us to go back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth? BB, do you have a means of transportation?
BB has legs.
Do you have a delivery service? Do you have a means of transporting this water to us? So we never, you know, die of thirst.
Yes, legs.
Not what I meant.
Let me check again. Legs.
Zel's gonna pour a drop of this into regular water. Does it become regular water? Does that drop become regular water? Or does the rest of the water become magical water? Or is it just diluted magical water now?
You pour a drop into regular water. What kind of container is this?
Just from like flask to flask.
You have a flask. You see the water. You can if you look closely, you can tell they seem to be slightly different colors. The magical water is somewhat more opaque. And you see it sink down to the bottom and it just stays there.
Ah, density.
It does not appear to mix in any way.
Fuck. Alright. How long until the water runs out? Okami-sama.
I don't know, Brad. How much have you been guzzling it?
I am drinking the standard, 2 liters per day?
Can you give me that in units of water skins?
Okay, sure, I'll look up how much a water skin is.
Like, do you drink like half your water skin? Like, what's going on here?
We all filled up our water skins with it before we left.
Exactly. So that means there were 5 water skins at least.
Does baby have a water skin?
Storage equivalent.
Yeah, sure. Does the Brita filter out the regeneration?
Okay, a water skin lasts for 1 day.
Okay. So that would be 2 liters then.
Yeah, a water skin is about 2 liters.
Well, seeing that you guys haven't really used the water for much else.
Water skin is actually. Alright, never mind. It is.
It's 4 pints, which comes out to about 2 liters, or 1.9.
That's
So
great.
you have 4 water skins left. And by that I mean 3 water skins and BB storage.
Alright, well, this seems like it's gonna be a problem really soon. Brenda seems to be getting better. So. Zel's just kind of talking to herself.
Yeah, BB is just the perfect trash can. We just talk out loud and he can hear it and just... No, it's like he's a good therapy robot.
He's there to not help me with my problems.
BB can set up an appointment with a therapist in 1,247 years.
I think we need that a bit sooner. Alright. I'm just gonna eyes open the rest of the night.
You also hear the distant calls from the mountains. The howls.
Is there anything that I reading all my books would know or be worried about? Does it sound like we're about to die?
You can tell that it's in the mountain, so it's not close. Just from hearing it alone, it's this kind of echoing call, and it sounds like almost like a song of sorts. Give me.
Is it dragon? I speak dragon.
Is it dragon? Oh right, you do speak dragon. Okay, you kind of can understand it then. It's something about the moon rising and setting and the coming of a new day.
Does that mean it's getting close to dawn? Is that what I'm understanding?
You look at the moon itself. It's not close to dawn yet, although it is setting. You suspect it's more so just some sort of... Well, you already know that a certain at least some sort of dragon settlement lives in these mountains.
Mm-hmm.
So for all you know, maybe it's a recreational activity.
Can I sing it back?
You can certainly try.
Gonna walk a little further in so I don't wake everybody else around me and try and sing it back to them.
Okay. How loud are you?
Probably not that loud. I'm not trying to wake people up. It's just gonna be like a standard, talking volume.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like, hello!
You sing the song that you hear, you try to follow along. It's unfamiliar to you, but you try your best. Give me a performance check.
Just the 16.
It's alright. It's not too hard for you to follow. And as you kind of sing out loud, you aren't sure if anyone would hear. It's not like you're shouting this into the void, but you can feel after a few minutes it feels like some sort of presence brushes your mind.
Is it Sparky? That was his name, right? Sparky?
You remember a dragon named Sparky, and you think the name Sparky. It does not respond. It also doesn't seem to try to intrude into your mental space or anything. It just seems to kind of hover around before leaving.
Salutations. Alright, well, if I know it's the dragons, then I'm not worried. I'm just gonna chill.
I know she said that she's doing discreetly. Did anyone hear it?
I'm not doing it discreetly. I'm more just like trying not to wake y'all up. You know?
Did I wake up?
Well, who's next on watch?
I guess it's me since Philip isn't gonna.
Philip is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, Vivi, you heard it. You don't understand it, but you heard it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you understand Draconic or not, but you heard something.
Almost certainly. Check. Nope.
Okay, you heard stuff. Okay. Glenn, give me a perception check. No, you were just really groggy. You heard stuff, but you weren't sure what you were hearing. It just sounded like noise, and you weren't really able to parse anything as you kind of got out from your bed.
So you said the moon is going down. Is it like normal moon going down? Like, all astral bodies look to be on their appropriate paths?
You mean you're supposed to be a paladin of Balagar, and
Yeah.
it means you've looked at the moon before.
Yeah, I've probably looked at the moon quite a lot.
You looked at the moon quite a bit when you were still young, and you were still living with the druids. That's how you ended up kind of learning the Balagar faith in the first place. And I mean, as far as you can tell, the moon doesn't look any different.
Okay. I mean, I hear Zell saying it, and I guess she doesn't seem worried, so it's like, okay. Situation normal, I guess.
Alright, back to nap time.
What nap time it is for you. You don't hear anything besides just the kind of ambient noise of crickets and things like that, or whatever the cricket equivalent of the base of a mountain is. Grass whistling, not grass, leaves whistling. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's relatively quiet as the sun starts rising up. Give me a perception check. You guys kind of keep watch on the ground, and the sun comes up and starts rising up in the sky. As you can see, kind of like the top of the sun itself, as opposed to the rays, kind of touch over the horizon. You also see a couple of dots in the distance from the mountains.
Do they look like they're moving towards us?
The dots appear to be slowly but surely getting larger.
Oh shit, it's an avalanche. No.
It is over the horizon.
Guess I mean, okay, it's been like the full rest, right? I guess we start waking people up and it's like, hey, we got company.
What's going on?
I don't know.
Uh-oh, okay.
You're the ones with the scopes.
Oh, Dal.
Is it the dragons?
I gesture vaguely towards movement.
I look. Is it the dragons?
You see what appears to be a yellow, pudgely flying creature along with a blue serpentine flying creature.
Kind of elbow run a bit. Hey, maybe you can get that sparring match now.
What match?
The sparring match. I thought you wanted to, have a friendly competition with them.
No. I think I'm good. Unless we want to kill one for the parts.
No, what? No, friend. It was supposed to be just a friendly fight.
What's the point of that?
You wanted.
We don't want to make it stronger, and show our abilities.
I mean, I thought you wanted to.
Did I? Oh, well, let's have breakfast. Ugh, the mouth's pretty dry after all night.
Zal's over here thinking like, okay, maybe Brent can fucking blow some steam. And Brent's like, I don't want to do this. I'm like, what the fuck?
He has not, 8 hours of sleep means he has not drinking any special water. Well, let's have breakfast and what's the plan? We just, go meet those dragons?
Looks like they're coming to meet us.
Oh, shit. Should we shoot them out there now?
No, they're friendly.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
They're helping.
Yeah. You guys continue on with breakfast, I guess. As eventually, you see... I'm not sure if you guys are actually keeping track of their progress, or you're just not paying attention after that point.
Just dragging the sky, we're watching.
I'm watching. I'm definitely
You're
watching.
You can see that the creatures fly towards you until eventually they stop, and it appears the blue serpentine creature, which hilariously is about the same size as the yellow one. It flies over your campsite, does the circle, seems to tilt its head, and then flies down.
Do I recognize them?
It flies down on top of Zelra, and then wraps its body around her.
I get out my gun. Like, what? What's going on? Point my gun. Del!
Relax. Bren, relax. Don't you remember them?
It's not constricting you. It's more so nuzzling your head at this point.
Remember what?
Are
What was
you
it?
okay, Bren?
Yes? Are you okay? You're big. Eaten by that thing.
I look over at the rest of the group like,
As a reminder, Brent got knocked out by this guy in their practice part, then forgot everything happened.
No, what? Not by the blue one.
Oh, it's a blue
we
one.
saved
Oh,
the blue one.
it's a
remember?
blue one.
It's the
Oh
blue
shit,
one.
you're right. Oh, I remember now. But
Give me a sec.
And it's it doesn't really. It seems to raise its head and motions something downwards, and you hear some flapping of wings, and the guardian also slowly flaps down until it lands on the campsite.
hey, what's up? You guys live here. I can't speak dragon. You'll have to wait for Zell to stop getting, head nudged.
Mm.
Baby, you speak dragon?
BB cannot speak to dragons.
Oh shit.
There is no need.
Oh
I am
fuck!
able to speak.
Oh true. We talked to the other one. You're right.
My name is Gardy. I heard that you have made contact with another one of my brethren.
That one? Brent points to the one nudging Zell.
Well, yes, it appears that this little one recognizes you. But I believe his name is Sparky? Is that what you guys understand it as?
Who the fuck's Sparky? Look at BB.
Sparky is a dragon.
Oh. Alright, I guess BB met him.
Okay. We identified the one of the elders identified your presence last night. Since we could say some of us were just curious where you guys were heading, since it was somewhat unexpected.
I whispered to BB. What are we here again? Just a quick reminder. I got hit in the head yesterday. Check your database, BB.
I have no idea where we're going.
We came here looking for the God Hunter.
Right. He lives with the dragons.
And we were told by another dragon, had a bunch of flowers and rose petals, that the Godslayer's here.
Godslayer?
Yeah, like he said he killed a god at some point.
There is some individual that lives in our settlement a little ways off. He seems like a special individual. I'm not sure if it's the same person though. I don't recall anything specifically about God slaying.
The rose dragon was scared of him. Is he a guy that people are usually scared of?
I'm not sure. He's strange. We don't know much about him. Only the village elders really seem to keep contact with him on a regular basis.
Cool. Could one of your village elders introduce us, perhaps? Since we're in good with Sparky and that dragon over there. Does that dragon have a name, by the way?
No, it does not have a name as of yet, names are bequeathed to dragons upon maturity based on things that they are good at.
Oh shit. He's not good at anything right now.
Well, no, it's young.
What's he good at then?
We don't know yet.
Because he's not good at anything? Because you don't let him do anything?
Well, give them time to grow first before we come to a decision. Of course, they may show inklings here and there, and sometimes it's not necessarily what they are good at, but what they do anyways. It's not hard and fast.
Well, this guy ran away, right? Like, we found him all the way down south.
No, he was injured during a flying session and got lost.
Okay, so he's bad flying. He's got bad directions. And what's he good at? Like, it seems like he's just bad at everything. Damn,
He be good at recognizing people.
Okay. That's, not a huge accomplishment, but, give him something, got spur the young ones on.
Right. We'll see. There's no rush to have to figure these things out.
I don't know, there's developmental milestones. If you, as a kid, don't know your identity, you start losing touch with society. It's a lot of... Okay, whatever. Anyway, how about that introduction?
The dragon thinks for a bit, and it seems to... It turns back to the mountain, and it gives some sort of call. It roars, and the volume of it echoes through the campsite and blows the trees, like kind of causes them to shudder. It echoes throughout the mountain, and it waits before turning back to you and saying, "The village elders have decided that has given their permission. So, in which case, we counts the number of people. We may need to wait for more carriers."
Carrier? Yo,
Yes.
baby. What? I think let's ride some dragons.
BB has a new method of transportation other than legs.
Nice.
I'll be here soon, so perhaps you should just clean this up, I guess, unless you leave it here. It's been a good while since we've last spoken to mankind as a whole.
Is that dude like the dude that's like living with you guys, kind of, but outside? Is he human? What is he, by the way?
Well, from what we know, he certainly resembles your kind, but at the same time, he feels different.
Like he's killed gods? Different?
And the dragon shrugs. I don't know how we would be able to identify that through sensation alone. It's just his aura is peculiar.
Is any of our auras peculiar?
Yes. The dragon points to BB.
Okay. What do you see? What's his aura like?
It doesn't exist.
Oh shit, baby! You got an aura.
BB does not know what this means.
It's terrible news, baby. Terrible.
BB is distressed.
What can we do, Doc? How do we get his aura back?
Well, don't know if it's really a problem because it's the most similar to this individual that you are speaking about on the mountain.
He don't got an aura too?
It's very faint, and it's definitely different, but it's the closest comparison.
Alright. Baby? The Godslayer's a robot.
This is interesting new information.
You're not alone anymore, baby. You can reproduce.
You will require a factory.
Oh, is that what you call it? You know, I'm sure you two could factory it on.
Fred, you know what a factory is.
Well, yeah, I think it's slang, dude. I think it's special robot slang. You know, you can. Yeah, of course, there's a regular factory, but he has to mean something. You know. Honestly, I'm just killing time fit for Zell. So you can move on if you wish.
So, we just kind of, the dragon's just like, robot?
That's what-
question it.
That's what you call yourself, right, baby? A robot.
BB is a Warforged unit.
War. Ooh, that's cool. Forged for war. What war?
This information is not available.
Damn.
You guys consider, try to continue puzzling out what exactly does all of this mean. Another dot comes up from over the horizon, and this one flies closer and closer, and it's another blue serpentine creature, except much larger.
Damn, y'all get really big, don't you?
Well, actually, first we grow that big, and then you turn into this. The dragon gesture itself.
Is it? Wait. Is it what? Does this dragon look like Dragonite?
Yes.
Wait.
No, the one talking to you is a dragon knight. It's yellow and kind of.
You transform? How the fuck does that work?
It does. Is that not normal?
Things grow bigger, but they don't usually, fucking go from that to that.
Oh. There comes a point in our lives where we start glowing.
Do you go to like a cocoon, like a butterfly?
Not really. We just kind of glow and change form and then turn into this.
You glow.
Yeah.
Baby, what the fuck? Doesn't this break, like, laws of physics?
Firebolt breaks the laws of physics.
So you're saying it's magic. Are you a fucking... Are dragons just innately magical?
Yes?
Okay. I don't know. I'm still not back. Alright, do we have enough dragons out to ride?
Oh, this is a large dragon, so you guys can all get on comfortably.
Alright, let's fucking ride this dragon.
And it's like, And you see them talking in dragon as opposed to talking in common. And you guys all get on the big dragon's back, and you fly up into the air and start approaching the mountains.
Oof. It's a little chilly up here.
And you guys just kind of fly around, look down. It's or kind of across the mountain range. You can see there's most of the mountain is the tips are covered in snow, and but otherwise it's mostly reasonable foliage, more or less. You guys kind of fly over until you start approaching a more barren part of the mountain where It's not as many trees. It's more just like rocks and crags. You fly, kind of dip down into like a small, kind of hidden alcove, and eventually you fly through that, and you start seeing kind of what appears to be similar, an area that's kind of like covered in steam. You see there's a lot of water flowing down from mountains, as well as pools of water where the steam's coming from. There seems to be some sort of kind of haphazard makeshift rock like arch gateway, and there's a new dragon that you've never seen before, a blackish purple one that floats in the air and has 3 heads.
Damn. Do you turn into that next?
No, that's a foreign species that has decided to stay for reasons. It acts as our guard. Volunteered.
So, a mercenary, a foreign mercenary. Guard.
We don't pay him. It's more so he does it to repay us. That's what she said.
For shelter.
Something like that, yeah.
Which is a form of payment.
Well,
He's
is
a
that what they
live-in
call it?
mercenary.
They call that a mercenary?
A guard barracks.
I remember that meaning something a little different, but okay. In case the dragon's 3 heads turns to you guys and nods with all 3 heads, allowing you guys to pass unhindered.
I whispered to Wen. So, do you think like each of those heads have different thoughts, or are they like the same thing?
They probably have fights. I think that'd be funny to see.
Oh shit! Oh,
Like
just
triplets, you know?
Oh, just like you and your twin. You know, the one you summon. You get
Yeah.
like the one you guys
Yeah.
have fights.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Don't worry, BB can start a fight. Hey, tabs are spaces.
The 3 heads look at each other. Conversing amongst themselves. They all seem very confused.
What the?
BB tried.
Alright. Valiant effort, baby. What the fuck? The tab space.
I don't get it.
Me neither. It's okay, humor him. He just found out he had no aura today.
What's an aura?
I don't know, like magic powers?
I thought you didn't like magic.
Well, yeah, but he's a magic dude. It's no wonder he's disappointed. Magic dude doesn't have a magic powers.
But he clearly does have magic powers.
But maybe it's a different kind of magic powers. You know, he doesn't have the, you know, the dragon magic power.
You have dragon magic powers?
No, of course not.
But you said you had an aura.
What?
Yeah. You said you have an aura, right?
No, we don't got auras.
Oh.
That's one for the fancy people.
So why does it matter if BB doesn't have one?
I don't know. It seems like a thing. I don't know. Okay, it's weird. Baby, I'm sorry. We hurt your feelings. It's okay not to have an aura.
BB has no capability to feel sadness.
Good, baby. Stay strong.
Okay. Guys, you guys get off the dragon at this point, as you guys have made it inside, and the dragon kind of just flies off and kind of huddles around one of the steaming lakes, more or less. just kind of wraps itself up, closes its eyes, and starts dozing off. See a lot of things like that, more or less. It's a lot of these blue serpentine creatures kind of hanging around the lakes or in the lakes. They're kind of just chilling. Yeah. See some of the larger blue serpents and the dragon knights. They are apparently flying over the area. It seems like those are the ones kind of patrolling, more or less. But yeah, this seems pretty nice. They also seem to have a number of caves kind of littered around the mountains. The guardie, the one that escorted you, points you to one of them that seems to have some sort of ornate like carvings on them. She's like, the elders wish to speak to you.
Right. So, Gwen, right? You came from like a big kingdom thing. You've talked to politicians before. You got this. Push Gwen forward.
What do we want again?
For them to introduce us to the Godslayer.
So okay.
Or just talk to them like you talk to your nobles back home, you know?
Greetings, most respected one. How may I address you?
Not me. The people in the cave.
Okay, we gotta go inside. Okay, come here.
Yeah.
Keep pushing her forward.
Yeah, he did push me forward into the cave, right?
Okay. Is it just you two?
I'm bringing it for everyone else.
Alright. Everyone else is filing in.
But I'm having Gwen lead us because she has experience dealing with, nobility.
I'm doing this very reluctantly.
Okay. You all pop into the mountain and pop in the cave. You travel a short while. There's torches lining the walls. Well, torches. Some sort of floating fire. You're not really sure how they got there. But eventually leads up to this cavern of sorts. You see a couple of dragons you've also never seen before. One on each side. Kind of, there's one to the left, one to the right. They seem to be kind of squatting or like sitting, lying down on top of the rock surface. And one of them, they appear to be, again, they don't look like any of the ones you've seen so far, including the ones at the front gate. They both seem to have long, narrow wings on their sides, and most notably, you see that the two of them look very similar to each other, except one is red and one is blue.
Before they entered the cave, I asked Bren, like, why do we want to meet the Godslayer again?
The Rose Dragon said, like, that big bad guy we saw, like the ghosty dude.
The puppet one?
No, his master. He's like bringing back all his lieutenants. The puppet dude was one, and he's like gonna like fuck up the world or something.
And we want the Godslayer on our side.
I don't really care, but maybe the Godslayer knows something. It seems like he's old, and he had something to do with the last time this guy was around.
Okay, so we want information about the big bad evil thing and the puppet and his lieutenant.
And maybe if the Godslayer can just do our work for us, that works.
Greetings, mankind.
I greet the most respected elders of this community. This one is Lady Knight Gwen hailing from the kingdom of Camelot, and my companions BB, Zara, and Bren, and Philip.
Nice. Keep going. Brandon's just doing the thumbs up thing.
Shouldn't the nobility guy be talking to the dragons?
You need someone to talk for you, you know? That's how you show real nobility.
He's incognito, shut up. We come bearing news of the
blue one kind of looks at you guys like, it's skip the formalities. It's fine.
Oh, in that case, I shove Brent forward.
What? I thought you were doing a great job.
Hate these manners. Yeah, so there's like some big bad evil force, and he has like some lieutenants, and we would respectfully request to speak to the God Killer for more information about this, because mankind seems to be lacking that information at the moment.
You refer to him as a God Killer. That's a new one.
We were
That
told
is-
that by another dragon. One with rose petals.
Oh, well, okay. I was just more so surprised. You know, usually they don't refer to him as a God Killer. Supposedly it's like impolite or something.
Well, the road dragon we met was pretty, like, you know, scared of him, so.
It's fair. The Allfather is
What?
certainly an individual.
It's called the Allfather?
Yes.
Wait, I don't know what religion was. That type of guy.
The red one's like, no, he is an outsider.
Oh, shit, yeah, you came from, like, another parallel time or universe or thing.
Right. Yes. And he, once upon a time in the past, he helped in the crisis that resulted in the Sorcerer Supreme being trapped in the bottom of a lake in the middle of the island.
That might be what we're fucking with.
Right. Yes, we are aware, more or less. Simply wish to check to see if everyone was here. I personally have only read the mind of one individual. I believe this female over here, and her neck cranes over, the red one, her neck cranes over to Zara. You suspect they are her and him based on colors and the sounds of their voices, but no, you're not sure. You're not well versed in dragon anatomy.
Anatomy.
Alright, sorry.
Alright, who wants to give the brief rundown?
We rode on dragons to meet their elders, to get them to introduce
Shit.
us to the Godslayer.
The Godslayer?
That's why we're here.
Bren tried to make me do the whole political thing, and then
Yeah.
and then they were like, "Cut the bull crap. Just talk straightforward."
More like, you're like, oh, you don't have to do that. It goes like, thank God.
Trying to be fucking emissaries and shit.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
wanted to see Gwen and, you know, act like a noble. Brad really just wanted to see if Gwen would do it.
She did it for about 5 seconds.
But hey, yeah, but she practiced outside, which is pretty good.
Mm.
But
Any
yeah,
shades.
yeah, they just turned to you, Zell, just now.
You were singing the song of. Singing the song that some of the residents here were singing last night, were you not?
I was just trying to reach out and greeting. I was hoping to make contact with you guys.
Curious. Not that many individuals can speak the language of the dragons. Less so, in fact, those who do not have the blood in of themselves. You are
Is that right?
yes. That seems to be. Yes, that seems right. I seem to have picked up a name like that when I checked in on your mind last night.
By the way, have we met Sparky yet?
No.
Oh, Sparky? Oh, that dragon. No, he is on patrol at the moment. Although, I did ask him last night if he knew of you, and we had an affirmative, and that is why I sent the one that you rescued a while back, as well as a guardian, to ascertain your identities. Certainly, having telepathic reach has its perks, but it's best not to rely on those wholeheartedly. You never know if there are ways to circumvent certain abilities. It's good to make sure.
I agree with that sentiment.
The blue dragon then rears its head. It's like, in any case, the reason why we called you here is because we wish to inform you that, quite interestingly, as much as you would like to talk to this Godslayer, quote unquote, he seems just as interested in speaking with you. Is there any reason for this, perhaps? I'm just curious.
Out of character, I don't remember.
You're asking us why he wants to talk to us?
BB would suggest you ask him.
None of
Yeah.
your goddamn business.
Oh.
There goes all the politeness.
Oh. That one's my favorite answer.
I think what my companion tried to say is we don't know. We have never met him. We don't know why he'd want to talk to us.
Well, I was hoping that we would be able to understand him better by asking someone who would be less likely to give us cryptic answers. But I guess that's fair.
Wait, does he give cryptic answers?
Yes.
Oh my god. Not another one of these.
Didn't they just say that they can read minds?
Well, we
We should
can't.
ask questions.
Well, imagine what it's like to try to read the mind of someone who can block your mind reading.
So, like, not reading minds.
Yes. That's...
BB can definitely. BB just can imagine this. BB has learned the power of imagination.
Oh my
Wow,
god.
imagine just not reading minds, you know?
Brother, not everyone can read minds.
What a fucking arch.
Most people can't read minds.
Oh. Right. Anyways. Certainly you can take the time to ask him yourself then, seeing that he has invited you to his humble lodgings, which you can find further in down the mountain. Although, he also said that you should be absolutely sure if you wish to visit him, as there may be consequences that you are not so happy about.
And let me guess, he cryptically did not tell you the consequences.
Yes. You're absolutely correct.
Who's giving cryptic answers now?
I believe you people would call this shooting the messenger. Please don't do that. We are trying our best.
Well, there's only one way to get answers at this rate, right, friend?
Yeah,
Let's go to the source.
let's go kill a god killer.
Uh,
What? I'm sorry, I mean, let's go talk to a god killer.
Alright. The red one kind of just waves at you. Good luck with that. You probably won't get far though.
Sure hope the consequences aren't bad.
How bad could it be? We killed a T-Rex yesterday.
I've heard fables of people losing their mind, their soul.
It's fine. Most of us are already insane. And I don't think BB even has a mind.
It's kind of rude, Bren.
Fax machine noises.
Alright. You guys exit and the red one actually goes out with you, and as she comes out, some of the dragons that are nearby, they kind of like lower their head in a respectful manner before going on with their day. And she cranes her neck over to kind of like a rough stone path that kind of goes like out of the settlement and kind of down the mountain. It's like if you follow this path, you'll eventually find a humble rock structure of sorts.
How far is it?
Well, you guys cannot fly, so maybe 30 minutes.
Alright.
I believe that's a measurement of time humans use. It's been a long time since I've had to think this way.
Well, considering we can't fly, and your buddies gave us a lift here, could they give us a lift there?
No. We tend to try and not disturb him, if at all possible.
Why is
Usually, it's mostly out of cautious deference by the sounds of it. We visit him from time to time, but since we can communicate telepathically, we normally just do it from the cave.
that?
Is he prone to emotional outbursts or something?
He's just strange.
So you are scared of him, like the Rose Dragon said.
Well, I guess if that's one way to put it, I don't think we're necessarily scared he would do something. It's just interacting with him is foreign.
I mean-
Unpleasant. I understand.
Y'all are neighbors, right? You should, get along.
I mean, we do get along. Certainly nothing has
But
happened.
you're too
over the
scared to
last-
visit him.
We visit him telepathically. Is that not?
Okay, you know how you could, call someone up, but, if you never actually go out to get some food with them sometimes, you're not really friends?
Imagine doing that with your neighbors, though. What a weirdo. Out of character. I don't know, man. I would never do that with my neighbors.
Well, it seems like they're not just neighbors.
Just out of character, I don't know, man. That's some serial killer shit.
And she tilts her head. It appears that he is listening in right now. He seems to agree. Perhaps we should pay a visit next time.
There you go. See, he maybe just want friends. See? You always avoided him, make him feel like you hate him, and that's fucked up.
What is this tea?
What's he?
Like leaves in hot water.
Oh, that's what he means. He seems to be offering that?
He wants you to go over for tea. See how friendly he is? You should make friends with him.
Do we drink tea? Can we drink tea?
Can you drink water?
Yes?
Tea is hot water with some extra stuff.
Oh. We are relatively new to this.
How old are you guys?
Too. It's alright.
100 years?
Yeah,
You
100 years old.
I've been taught you don't have to understand, you just have to do it sometimes. It's supposed to be polite.
Red looks at Zell like, oh my god. He looks so proud.
We took up our stations as elders after most communication has been cut off with people of your kind. Forgive us for lacking certain knowledge that you may consider normal.
We're not holding you responsible, but I feel like this guy's probably been here for a long time. You never once thought, maybe I should say hi. In person.
Bren, I would never do that.
And that's how you keep from making friends, El. Remember, like that one girl that, like, reads books with you sometimes.
Yes, we read books together in silence.
Yes, but after acknowledging each other's presence.
Okay. They know each other there, Bren.
You hear
And they-
voices in all of your heads. Would you please acknowledge my presence by walking down the path?
Well, hello, hi there. Thank you for just entering our heads. We will be there soon. Is there a rush?
No,
Could you kindly tell us more about these consequences?
no.
Gwen is tired of this bullshit. It's already trampling down.
Gwen, what if he takes your life?
Yeah, they'll be fine.
There's nothing interesting about just squashing an ant. It'll be fine.
Well, I didn't say
Oh.
anything about squash.
Oh,
I will believe in my god, and vengeance will be delivered. Yada yada yada.
I'm down. If he fucks with us, we'll fuck with him. I follow.
Zell follows.
Alright, you guys all
It's
go
time to
down the
go.
path. And you walk along. It's the path itself is pretty normal. It's just kind of a rock path, kind of leads down the mountain. There's like it's a little rough to go down. It's like the steps are somewhat uneven, but it's kind of pretty. It's more kind of water filling down from the mountains. You see steam rising up from some of the pools.
Is it steam? Isn't it water vapor? I'm sorry. Please continue.
It appears to be some sort of combinations of some of the water is coming down from the waterfall, but other ones are hot springs.
Nice. Is any of the water looks any different from any other water? Just asking for a friend.
You take a sample of the water and compare the water to the other water.
Good
It
idea,
appears
Zell.
to be- it
We should all
appears to
refill
be-
our water skin.
It appears to be normal water.
Yeah, Bren will bend down because Zell had a good idea. We refill the water skin. We'll fill it with the normal water.
I lean over to Zell. Do you want me to pray over it?
Yes, please. I'll take anything at this point.
I quickly sketch a quick prayer. The god of the moon, dark side of the moon. Probably not really known for mercy or healing, but like whatever we can get, man.
Zell's gonna go home and look up emulsification techniques.
What does that mean?
It's when you try and mix like oils and other things, like things that don't mix.
No.
Yeah,
Uh,
use emulsify to.
the water kind of bubbles a bit in response to your prayers.
Oh,
You're
it did
not-
something.
You're not sure if it's because of your prayers or because it's just kind of hot.
I like the water.
Tastes like spring water.
Spring water.
I'm glad your god's looking out for you, Gwen.
Thanks? Question mark?
Bren will continue down the path.
Okay. Let's continue on until you eventually see.
I also had a quiet prayer for Bren's sanity, which seems to be slipping.
Yeah, you eventually reach kind of this, what appears to be just a tilting tower. It's like a monolith, except it's somewhat crooked to the left.
The Leaning Tower of the Godslayer.
And it just seems to be kind of like a rock kind of like door outcropping. There's no door, it's just dark inside.
So, do you live here? Hello?
Yes?
Are you in this tower?
No, I'm not in the tower.
Okay, so we keep walking, I guess.
No, I am. You go in and down.
So you're under the
So
tower.
you're in the tower, downstairs.
You'll understand when you get there.
Okay. Open the door to the tower.
Well, there's no door. You just walk in.
Wait,
You walk in.
Okay.
Does it look
Dark.
structurally sound? Are we about to die in this tower?
It's dark inside, and then you walk in until you see stairs as well as lights kind of leading down somewhere. And you walk down the stairs. This point is somewhat lit, you can feel, but you can't identify the light source. It just seems to be kind of this bluish tint. And it's still dark, but you can see someone in front of you, and you can walk down the steps without any difficulty until you eventually see at the bottom it kind of levels out to some sort of door in front of you, and this door on the side there seems to be a button.
I push the button.
You push the button, you hear some creaking as the door slides out to the left. You see a room in front of you, and it's Bren and Zara, you can already identify at this point that this room is made of metal.
Is there a gap between the doorway and the room?
Yes.
I squint with my eyes and it's like, wow, this looks like a tunnel. You know what, this is probably like a mine shaft, but like made out of metal.
That's a lot of metal. Okay, let's go. I'll walk in.
I wonder if they will call this concept an elevator in the future.
We've seen elevators before.
We destroyed
We've
multiple
thrown
elevators.
people down elevators before. I'm not sure why we're talking about the fact this is an elevator. Maybe takes the elevator.
Well, I think
We've seen like a lift.
yeah, it's a less sophisticated version. No, not quite as enclosed or claustrophobic.
You guys go, it closes, and without any prompting, you guys feel your stomachs kind of rising up into, and as you guys kind of go down the elevator.
Man, didn't we kill a lot of people like this one time?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We dropped a lot of lizard folk down an elevator.
Baby,
to the
do you have
death.
Featherfall?
Zelly.
Useful shit like that.
You seem really worried. Why are you so worried?
I've heard of a technique that, like, you know, right before you crash to the bottom, if you jump up, that reduces the damage.
Look at holy shit, BB actually does have Featherfall. Look at that, BB has useful spells. What the fuck?
I feel like that's
I
the
remember
utility
that.
spell. Yeah.
I
No,
remember
you
you had Featherfall because you
guys
saved
discussed
friends.
this, the
Oh, yeah,
elevator
you did.
slowly stops moving, and the door opens up again. You can see this seems to be, this hallway is pretty brightly lit, and it's you got these metal. It seems to be lit by something many of you have never seen before. It's these lights are lit up, but it doesn't seem to be some sort of flame. It's just bright, kind of like there's a light spell.
Wow, it looks like a light spell.
Like dancing light.
You know, it just looks like something that had light casting on it, and it just shines from there. You see bars kind of on top, kind of going across the corridor.
You know, I read a horror story once where, like, a group of people go down a mine shaft, but like this, like there's a bunch of different floors. But like if they open on the wrong floor, monsters come out and eat them.
Shit, we get to kill stuff?
Maybe.
Nice.
And you see at the end of the corridor, there's another door.
Is the wall made out of like stone or plaster?
It's whatever it is. It's pretty smooth.
Been
Is it
painted.
metal?
It does not appear to be painted. It seems to be some sort of smoothed out rock.
Okay,
So
so
like marble,
Something like
polished.
Alright, I mean, it's like one very long ass corridor. This doesn't seem like an efficient use of space, but let's go.
they said he was cryptic.
Maybe it's so it's more defensible.
Maybe we're already in this trap.
Defensible for a guy that could squish a bunch of things.
Is
Well,
it quite defensible?
How?
It seems a bit like a choke point. What if you get like trapped down here?
Well, he probably has another means of escape, but if we get trapped down here, then we're in a choke point, then he can just wipe us out, right?
Yeah, let's go.
That seems like a lot of work. Let's go.
You guys go down and open up another door. And finally, you find yourself in a somewhat dimly lit area where I will have to pull out some stuff.
Curious how he had light spells down the hallway, but none in here.
Yeah.
It's for the atmosphere. The aesthetic.
Alright.
I believe in the practical.
BB is curious what happens when it rains.
Oh, I know this map. Hello?
You guys kind of walk in. This seems to be lit much more normally with like flame torches and stuff like that.
Is there smoke?
No, there's no smoke.
Wait, did we kill the T-Rex yesterday, by the way?
You did.
Okay, then we got a long rest. I'm gonna do this real quick, just in case.
Don't long rest just fulfill you. What is our rest roll in this campaign? Do we have any rest roll?
You use hit dice and you gain half of them back, rounded up.
It's the same roll.
Is just like the normal. Is the base roll?
It's like a short rest, but you gain hit dice back.
Reset my counters.
I'm looking for stuff. You guys peer in. The place seems to be just for all of this kind of call this kind of hyping this up or whatever, all of this like waiting and corridors and fancy mine shafts, I'm not really sure if you were expecting to arrive in a temple with like pillars broken in the middle. And
Is there a magic circle on the floor?
there is indeed a circle on the floor. You're not
What's
entirely
it for?
sure if it's like magical or not, but it's certainly got some intricate patterns with squares and circles.
Why else would there be a circle on a floor with intricate patterns if it's not fucking magic in this world?
Can I tell? What is it?
Give me an Arcana check.
I mean, I guess it could be for like, again, for just like aesthetic decoration. But like, what if you just like accidentally summon a demon? I know a case that happened like that. They were like some rich ass people. And they were like, oh, let's just do it for the decoration. They accidentally summoned a demon, and then like the whole family got eaten, and then we had to corridor off the land for like 4 years. It was a fucking
Oh.
mess.
No, we're under renovation at the moment, and by we I mean me.
Where's that coming from? Oh.
Oh yeah. Hello. I see you guys made it.
Is it just got a hooded figure?
Yeah, I think it adds to the overall appeal, don't you think?
I think you need to hire new contractors,
You're contractors, but I'm the contractor.
better contractors.
Oh. You're saying my taste is bad.
I'm saying this place seems to take it very seriously for, I don't know, whatever reason. What's going on here? What's all this shit for?
I mean, don't you think it's more interesting to take it seriously? Like,
It's interesting if it has a purpose.
It doesn't look like you're expecting any guests. Like, where's the hospitality, the tables, the chairs, even if it's like depending on what size your guests are, like, some refreshments.
BB would like to point out that there are in fact chairs.
Yeah, there are benches. Where we haven't really put them ordered yet, but you can sit.
Who's we?
BB straightens the bench.
It's me. Sometimes I like to pretend there's more than one person.
Oh, I thought they were like construction planks or something.
That is really sad, actually. I'm sorry.
Look, there's like not much to do besides kind of twiddling my thumbs a lot of times. Like sometimes I might consider going out and like drinking with other
B-
people, but it's just
BP would like to point out that there appears to be a lot of shit to do.
yeah. I got bored and started just kind of messing around with this space again. You know.
Can I interest you in this Pokedex?
BP straightens the carpet.
Oh, one of these newfangled things
I need that
mankind
back,
has
by the
come
way.
up with. I mean, it's pretty good advancement for its time, but I wouldn't say I need it. You can have it back.
Thanks. What about this novel that was lended to me from the brothel?
What?
Oh,
I need that back too, by the way. It's not mine, so I
He
need to return it.
No, you
person
can keep
kinda
that.
just
It's fine.
takes the book, just kind of thumbs the pages and like flips through it really fast. It's like I'm done.
You need to teach me how to do that.
I'm not sure if I can.
Okay,
Well,
before
if
we
you're not sure, then there's a possibility.
get too stuck in it, let's introduce ourselves because you're fucking mysterious as fuck, sure, but I'd like to know at least, what to call you or what the fuck you are. Hi, I'm Bren. This is Zell. That's Bibi. There's Gwen. And then Philip's asleep.
Oh no, that Philip person. I suspect he may be preoccupied at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right back there.
You look back, and Philip is currently covered in black smoke.
The fuck? Do you do that?
Martial check.
Okay, what are you, Marshall Check King?
The black smoke. What the fuck do you think?
Oh, the black smoke. You try to marshal check the black smoke, but nothing seems to really be coming up as the black smoke covers Philip. You can't see him anymore.
This is slightly worrying, you know.
As it disperses, he disappears.
Hmm.
Did you
I'm
Did you-
in trouble.
kidnap one of our companions?
Hey, what?
No, not quite. I mean, actually, I guess you could say that.
Not quite. Yeah, then you're exactly.
Yes
Oh.
or no answer would have sufficed.
Well, he is going to undergo some personal trials and tribulations. I'll put it that way.
Zell's just like slowly reaching for a gun, like, kind of down for shooting this guy now.
No, hear me out. He'll be fine.
Oh, okay, so I get to have him back afterwards, right? Alive,
Yeah.
probably sane.
Yeah, Gwen's his legal guardian. You have to, ask, get consent.
Oh. He kind of waves his hand, and then you see a piece of paper kind of just fall into Gwen's hands. Would you mind signing that?
Does it say I get him back afterward? Like whole and sane and whatnot?
Um,
Probably sane.
waves his hands. The words appear on the paper. Yeah, something like that. Seems reasonable.
You know what? I'm okay with this. I sign it.
He waves his hand one more time. A pen conjures into you, like a quill conjures into your hands. You sign it. And, like the paper flies back towards him. Like, all right. Let it be known that I am an individual of my word. Now, out of everyone here, that Philip person is definitely the one that's most malleable, I'll say.
That's fucked up, but sure.
Not sure how to describe it.
Why would you need someone malleable?
Well, no, it's that he's the easiest to be influenced. The rest of you are more assured in yourself, I would say.
Zell's definitely holding her gun now.
And what that means in this context is that he is least resistant to kind of the effects of this place.
What effects are those?
I mean, by coming here, this is a, strictly speaking, supposed to be a place of a trial of sorts. Something to temper the body, the mind, the soul, things like that.
Okay. For what reason? Like,
Well, that's a good question. And the answer to that is to ensure that the ones chosen are prepared. I don't know if anyone has told you about how there's this very kind of aggravating. I don't want to say aggravating. It's pretty reasonable, honestly. But there's a type of contract of sorts around this plane.
A contract, you say?
Yes.
Oh, are we in a different plane already?
No, we're just on the same plane. But the higher powers of this plane are more or less bound by uh, a non-intervention contract. Right? And more or less what this non-intervention contract states is that you can't do anything too extreme with your higher powers. Which,
I think you
on
just
one,
said your god can't do shit, Gwen. That's fucked up.
I think I knew about this already.
Oh. Cool.
right? So it's more like where people who are too powerful cannot do things too directly. Otherwise, then everyone wants to be able to do that. And then you have a lot of fighting going on, and all the mortal people die, and it's really awful. So, generally, for the preservation of life living on this plane, it has been agreed essentially by magical powers. It's quite intricately woven magic, in fact, that higher powers on this plane are not allowed to interfere with mortal affairs unless they want it's equal opportunity. If one person does it, then someone else is allowed to interfere with the interference. So what this generally has resulted in is everyone has kind of settled into this playing by the rules, that in case if they try to push it too far, maybe some guy smarter is gonna ruin their plans, things like that, right? And more or less, it's just the idea is that you should let the mortal people deal with their own problems.
And do you consider yourself one of the mortal people or a higher power?
I would not consider myself mortal. I don't think I would consider myself a person either. But I do agree with the sentiment that mortals should deal with their own problems. It's probably better for them all around instead of relying too heavily on outside sources. Now, the problem, of course, arises when there is an entity that shows up that is beyond mortal reach.
So you.
No, I was an attempted solution to that problem. That was why ended up here in the first place.
What's the problem?
Well, the problem is the entity sealed at the bottom of the lake.
What's the entity? Where's the lake?
If you have the map.
Wasn't there like some sorcerer supreme seal at the bottom lake, yada yada yada?
Yeah, that one. That individual. She's an anomaly. For some reason, the contract doesn't seem to apply to her.
And so you're gonna go kill her.
Well, that was the hope. Yes, the hope was that by bringing in another outside entity, maybe it'll be able to kind of even it out, right? But as it turns out, even an outside entity like me, turns out I could not just break the rules willy-nilly.
Did you just say that breaking the rules means other people can't do the same thing?
Exactly, right?
Okay.
She's already not bound by the rules, so I don't see any reason not to break them.
Right, but since she's not bound by the contract, what that ends up meaning is that there's no equal and opposite reaction to her existence. So she can kind of just do whatever she wants. And if we try to interfere, maybe some of the people who, are kind of watching the sidelines, being very excited that this is happening, would tell us to not do that.
Okay. How did she get out of the rule set in the first place? And could we put her back in the rule set?
It appears, from my understanding with interacting with her back then, is that her affinity with magic is very high. And that allows her to. It manifests for her in a manner of being able to break these things.
Higher than anyone else, you're saying? So to the point where she's able to, I don't know, break the rules higher than even the gods. She's more magic than the gods.
Yes, you would say that if there was a magic, if there was a way to describe her godly affinity, it would be magic.
So you're saying she's the god of magic?
In a sense. But she's not from this plane either. The reason why this plane has not just collapsed entirely is that it seems that she was fleeing from some pursuers, a different plane entirely, and ended up here in hopes of recovering.
Okay, let's call them up. Hey, we got your problem over here.
That's the thing.
Why are we killing her again?
Yeah, why is she a problem? I was like, she's only...
She's just chilling at the bottom of the lake. I'm not really
Yeah.
sure what the is.
Right. So you see how there's a problem with how she broke the contracts, magical contract.
She's not bound by the contract. You just said she's not fucking bound. Like, what's the big issue?
Well, she can break a magical contract. I would imagine breaking other magical things wouldn't be too difficult either, right?
Has she done anything wrong?
Well, she has attempted to crunch time and space of this plane into non-existence.
Okay, that's not good.
No.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
So she wants to kill everything and everyone in this plane of existence.
Well, her goal is to crunch time and space, leaving that concept kind of unnecessary.
Does she have a name, lol?
Does she have a name?
Sorcerer Supreme?
Well, we don't say her name because the moment you say her name, you will not be able to kind of escape the fate that it will tie you to. Of course, if you're willing to accept that, then I'm perfectly happy to share. But I would say I had to give you your trial first before I can really do that. Just from my personal.
I have a question. I wave my hand. Is she related to, like, is she like the big bad with the 4 lieutenants, or is she related to them, or is this like a separate entity?
That's the same person.
She's
So
the master.
she's the big bad with the...
Yeah.
So what happened was she ended up on our plane one day. Well, not our plane, your plane. Fleeing from some other entities, and took residence here and started trying to build
What are the
her
other
colony.
entities?
That's very interesting. See, that idea one of you had earlier about just call those guys up was pretty reasonable. So, as an outsider myself, I figured it would be a good idea.
Outsider of what?
This plane.
Okay.
As an outsider of this plane, I can, and in fact, specifically as a traveler of planes, I checked in to see what exactly she was fleeing from. And here's the funny thing. she was fleeing from mortals. Humans. More technologically advanced than the average of this plane, of course, but it was still mortals. So the conclusion I reached is that, again, it's imperative that mortals deal with their own problems.
But like those mortals, us mortals,
Right. It is.
you're saying she's our problem because the other mortals, she was the other mortals' problem.
It appears that they dealt with their problem by chasing them off their plane, but it's not like they have the means to travel here to finish a job, right? But for all intents and purposes, they're done.
Don't you have the ability to travel through planes?
Yeah, but I don't want to interfere with another plane's mortal lives. Just let them be, don't you think?
But they interfered with us. They chased this
Yeah,
bitch here.
this is their fucking problem.
I, for one, believe that the mortals of this plane will be able to solve it sufficiently as well.
So you're
You
just
could
saying it's our
say-
job now. Chase her off or do
You
something.
could say my underlying philosophy is that humans and other sources of mankind can choose their own fate and kind of guide it with their own hands. That's my belief.
Do we know why she's trying to crunch time and space? Do we know what her purpose is, what her motivations are? Do we know anything about her?
I don't know the answers to that. And
What is she
frankly,
capable of? What has she done?
when
How do we know she tried to crunch time and space? How did we stop that from happening once?
Well, I can answer one of these. So, it's imperative that in order to combat someone who can crunch time and space, you would need someone who can survive the influences of time and space. And here, amongst you, there exists one such individual.
Gwen, how do you do it?
What?
He's on you, right? Survive time and space.
Did I survive time and space?
No, it's baby, but I'm joking.
I'm trying to think. I mean, time and space. Maybe I forgot about it.
Time and space is such a vague concept. I'm pretty sure we all survived time and space. We survived through, up until this point in time.
Right, but only one of you has survived traveling through the slipstream in a way that is unnatural.
Start looking around each other.
I'm not sure if this even answered the question. The question was, how do you know that she did anything wrong? And then you answered something entirely different.
Oh, how do I know?
That was the question that was asked.
How do you know, and how did you stop her the first time?
Ah, okay. So I knew because, just say, I was summoned by the pleas of prayers, in a sense, and I tried to.
The prayers of who? In response to what?
Like,
Primal guardians of this.
Fucking not getting no information from this fucking guy.
they did say he gives cryptic answers.
Are you implying that there are certain the people who pleaded for your help are now gone to time and space?
All right, out of character. I think I do remember this guy got summoned by that side of the war where the dragons were on, everyone else was on, and there is those please probably.
Right.
Alright, and they stopped her. So
Yes. But it was a slipshod solution. I was not allowed to exert the influences necessary to stop her without interference. So the solution that we ultimately came up with was to pull together a good chunk of the inhabitants on this island's um, magical power, and we kind of just buried her in that. Through, of course, we set up, some spell ritual things, sealing the lieutenants in temples to kind of curtail parts of her power, and then eventually having a large sealing ceremony while the people who were capable of fighting try to keep her down, and then that ultimately resulted in the sealing.
Have you considered physically sealing her away rather than magically sealing her away, seeing how she is the goddess of magic who is immune to the
Yes.
laws of magic?
In fact, that was part of the idea. There were adventurers, just like you, that ultimately decided, when all seemed lost, to use their own selves as the anchors to the seal. And they currently reside under the lake with her.
As a magical seal to the goddess of magic who is immune to magic.
Mm,
I think you guys
when
are.
you say physical seal, do you mean like a cage?
Yes,
I'm not
Maybe
a
sure.
jail cell.
maybe concrete,
You're like this. Like this is where we are.
I would like to ask you if you think a concrete cell would stop any of you who
Oh,
do know magic.
ignore my comment.
Okay, she's sealed away along with these adventurers, correct? Are these adventurers still alive? Are they kicking? What they doing down there?
I believe they're held in stasis at the moment.
Okay. But she has been breaking out of that seal.
Right. She's been kind of chipping away at it for the last few hundred years.
All right. So what's our solution before she, stops time and space again? To reseal her? To kill her? Is that possible? Her lieutenants are like escaping from what we've seen.
Right. So my thought is this. The best case scenario is that you are able to kill her. See, there's a certain, I wouldn't even call it magic. You can describe it almost like fate of sorts, where individuals, mortals, that for all reasoning and purpose, if you think about it, should not stand any sort of chance against higher powers, being able to succeed against the odds and accomplish what nobody thought was possible. And I believe in order to defeat this foe once and for all, that sort of concept needs to be channeled. That is why I have a lot of focus on trying to find adventurers to go solve the problem.
You're saying the only way to kill her is with the improbability of being able to kill her.
Yes, it's you have all probably heard of legends, tales, fables of these type of accomplishments. Have you not? It should be a integral part of your cultures.
Oftentimes, these legends and fables are because they outsmarted the higher power, not
Right.
through just, sheer luck, which is what you seem to be implying.
Was it really necessarily outsmarting, or won't you think that if someone was strong enough that they could just go through anything with brute strength anyways, right?
Well,
It's
that's why I say outsmarting.
right. Regard the you can call it what you want, but there's always been some sort of kind of hidden, let's say, it almost feels like there's some sort of unknown force that causes these things to work out, even the times when they are outsmarted, wouldn't you say that there's some sort of element of luck involved, right? Things just happen to fall together in a way that causes things to work out.
All right. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with that. You're saying that the reason mortals are able to beat these entities is because of the divine aspect of the events just lining up. And so it's
Right.
not the mortals at all that defeat them, but just this aspect that's beyond them,
Right.
which, doesn't track with what the reason setting mortals at all.
10 minutes ago, we just said that all the divine shit is not gonna help.
Okay, so let me put it this way.
You
right?
they said fate, which is like a divine element, is what's going to win this.
It's when I say divine, what I really mean is people who have ascended. Most of the gods, entities you're aware of, they were all mortals at some point. And what happens is they eventually manage somehow, one way or another, to ascend their mortality. But at the same time, by doing that, they give up something in return, and that is this favor of this unknown force. You would say, if I had to describe it as like a ladder, at the bottom, right, would be what you would understand as mortality. Above that is what we're currently describing as gods, deities, or whatever, higher powers. But beyond that is something that we cannot hope to touch or understand. Does that make sense?
All right. So you're saying
No.
there's an even higher power, like the one true high power
Right.
that
But
only
we don't-
mortals have access to.
Yes, because it's not something tied to a conscious state. It just exists.
As in, whoever this high power is, they're racist and they don't like gods.
Well, it might not be something tied to, again, conscious being at all. It would just be there. Like it is.
Let me pose a question to you. Say she's successful in destroying time and space. What would happen to you?
Well,
What would happen to all these ascended mortals?
if they do not wish to interfere, if they believe it to be a lost cause, then I guess they're just
They're
head off
just waiting
somewhere
to
else.
die?
Well, some of them may be willing to die with the plane, but not all of them, maybe.
Then why don't you tell them to come and do something about it?
Oh, you're saying they're just gonna hop ship, leave, go somewhere else?
Yeah, something like that. There's nothing really stopping them from doing that.
Okay, there's nothing stopping her from following,
Right,
seeing how
course.
she was capable of hopping ship.
right. But there's plenty of space, and if you really wanted to avoid someone, just go farther away, right?
Well, right now I see no reason for her not to.
Just leave, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Why is she targeting this plane? Why is it coincidence that she came here?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer to that. And I'm saying that truthfully and not, messing with you guys or unable to speak. This one I really just don't know.
All right. I turn to the group. I don't know if we're gonna get much more information. Maybe he's being the truth. I don't. Whatever the Sorcerer Supreme wants, maybe it's not actually the destruction of everything. Maybe it's what that destruction will cause. And so she doesn't actually care about killing the gods, so she's not vindictive against them. But they can hop ship, we can't, and so they don't care. We have to care about saving our own lives.
How do we even know she's trying to kill us? How can we take
Well-
your word for it when you haven't given us any more than that?
Another good question.
How can I trust that we're not just being, manipulated because we're malleable?
Oh, she threw your word right back at you.
Well, ultimately, all of us must choose to believe what we think is correct, right? What does it mean to have a soul?
In giving me this information, or this lack of information, all you're telling me is to go ask her. And maybe I'll side with her instead.
And if you do that, well, I guess that'd just be it, right? In any case, I think it's most important that you have the ability to choose, which is why part of the reason why I'm not giving you information. If you wish to walk away, you may still choose to do so.
Does this make us stronger, or does this put us in your debt?
It would make you stronger, but by taking this trial, you would be accepting that you would try and do something about this, in a sense. And even if you would say, do this and then say, oh, okay, I'm done, I'm out of here, right? You will find that the consequences will follow you.
So we'd be contracted.
Yes. You'd be heroes of a story, in a sense.
They say heroes are the ones who win.
That's right. They're the ones favored.
Alright. Fuck this dude. Come here. Huddle. Huddle up.
I don't trust him.
You know you can read our minds, right?
Hey, don't read our minds.
He already knows.
We won't trust you.
This fucking stupid asshole gives us no information to make decisions, and it's like, I care a lot about mortals having agency over their own fate, and it tells us nothing, no useful information with which to make decisions.
He also doesn't tell us enough for us to judge whether she's actually someone to, be worried about.
Zell, come here.
What's up?
Okay. I didn't tell you this. But might have met her once. She did give me some bad vibes. I'm not saying she might not be a good person, but did get some bad vibes. And she did piss me off a bit. So, I'm not saying we can trust this guy, but I honestly don't know if we can trust her either.
When the hell did you meet her?
I...
Bren.
Okay. Listen. I understand. I'm sorry. Before all the, the black smoke we followed via Gwen the night before, I was, taking piss in the water outside the encampment, and she, she appeared, and I didn't know till the next day who she was, so I was just like, dude, who the bitch is? And I thought maybe I was hallucinating. But...
Bren, you need to cut back on the drinking. Don't you think it is important to tell the rest of us when stuff like this happens?
I wasn't drinking. I know that's hard to believe. I wasn't actually... That was after I lost my soul already, so I wasn't drinking anymore. I wasn't actually drinking.
You're right. He wasn't drinking. My bad.
You're not making this easy. Shut up. I stopped drinking a while ago. So.
Zell's actually happy about that. She's like, oh, okay.
I stopped drinking after the soul contract thing, because I don't know, it just didn't feel required. But anyway, that's why I did think I was hallucinating, and then we saw her the next day, and yeah, she doesn't seem like a nice person. And then we've also met her servants now, who also don't seem like nice people.
I raised my hand. I kind of told my god, I don't want the world to end, so, there's that.
Are you already contracted to look at Gwen?
I do, the hand wavy motion. Is contracted.
She submitted an application to me.
No, not to you? Question mark?
Yeah.
Your god submitted an application to you? Her god?
Confidence. No. It's more like you would say it's like we have a shared office space, I guess.
Yeah, so it's not you, so fuck off.
Yeah, I read it.
Alright. Either case.
You know what?
That's a conflict of duties, okay?
Alright, fair. I'll send it back.
Either way,
Bren, I trust your judgment,
I
but I still can't trust him.
Yes.
And I openly point to him, like, I can't trust him.
don't know if we should trust him, but at the same time, I don't. What you said, I don't know if we should align our interest with hers either. I do think we should make the decision, and I'd be okay doing the trial for power, but if it's going to contract us into something that's going to fuck us up down the line, if we choose, hey, I don't like this guy, he's up to some shady shit too, I don't know if we should do it.
Yes, I agree with that. I don't know if we should do it because we don't know this man. He is calling us malleable, easily influenced.
Yeah.
I feel like he's influencing us right now and trying to. Who knows if he's even working for her or not?
Also, the literal first thing he did was fucking kidnap one of the party members.
Exactly.
Like, Baby made a good point as well, right? He talks about moral agency, but at the times it's like,
No,
Yeah.
that's me. I'm pretty
Oh.
sure BB is like, oh, yep, let's save the world. Let's save the world. But me, the player, this guy's a fucking asshole, dude. This guy's a fucking asshole.
right, then for Lars, I'll bring up his point. Says he brings up moral agency, but he says it's because we have a higher power that favors us. And then once again, he is contracting us. It feels like he treats heroes as pawns. So
The way he said it, yeah, maybe you'll win. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one.
he speaks about having trust in mortal races, but doesn't seem to really respect us. He called us like ants before. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Gwen, you're actually the most, faithful of us that, you're okay with gods.
Oh, this entire time, if he's been bothering to read my mind, I've just sort of been like, what the fuck, man? At my god? It's like, is this guy okay? What the fuck is up with him? And now I'm hearing he's like a shared office space. Like, you know this man? He's your coworker? What the fuck? So if my god wants to answer me anytime today to provide context, but otherwise it's worshiping my god, but who the fuck is this man? I don't know him.
All I'm saying is we should make contracts with non-mortal higher beings who are under some magical contract to try and slay somebody who is not in the magical contract because they are stronger than the magical contract, and so now they want us to deal with their problems so they don't have to hop ship. But if we can't deal with their problem, they're gonna hop ship. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that actually made sense.
So I don't think we should take anything from this guy. We can figure for ourselves. You said she doesn't feel like a good person. I'll trust you on that, Bren. But I don't think we should align ourselves with him either.
Baby, I gotta ask. You've been nodding long. What do you think, baby?
BB has not been given sufficient information to determine the truth of this motherfucker's words.
Bren, after seeing also that Gwen might be seems concentrating and praying to her god, perhaps he's like, huh, not a bad idea. And he'll hey Vlad, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know anything about all this business?
If we have another motherfucking non-answering given ass motherfucker, I swear to fucking God.
This sounds like. I think I heard about it from the legends. Yes, but. Well, what kind of information are you looking for exactly?
Well, quick question, just make sure this. Are you a god? You're not a god, right?
No.
Okay, good. Anyway, do you think this guy's just using us?
So. I will say some of from the information I've heard so far, most of it matches up with things that I do know already. I would like to ask you about this, right? It is not generally well known among the populace that the 12 gods that are widely celebrated in present day were mortals ascended. It's something that the churches hold pretty close to their chest for reasons I think you can surmise. But think about what if, if he claims to be an outside entity, there's no guarantee that he is someone who ascended from, mortal flesh, right? Perhaps he is doing what he thinks is correct, but
He lacks
his
manners.
values, his manners too, but his values, his, kind of ideas of morals may not line up with common understanding. As someone who has seen a lot of people throughout the ages, I don't think he's necessarily trying to cause you malice. And I think he actually really believes what he says. It's just that this is what he believes is the correct way to go about it.
You know we call people like that? Fucking assholes.
Alright. That's very like. Alright. No, that helps. Thanks, lad. You're all right for a like semi-divine entity that's just been around a long time.
No, it's more so just.
It's okay. I'll get your life story later. Okay, back to group huddle. Here's the thing. I, at the very least, believe that this bitch might be trying to, end existence. And fuck it, it's a mortal's problem. That part he said is also true, right? Because the gods can jump ship. If other people don't stop it, we gotta stop it because, I want to keep drinking and there's people I don't want to die. So,
Same.
as much as I really don't like this guy, if I'm going to end up having to do the thing anyway, right? Getting a boost is not so bad. I just want to make sure, we'll check the fine print at Look and Tell. Make sure he actually writes a contract or something, because it seems like we're getting a contract anyway, where he won't have any other power over us besides just, he wants us to do this thing.
Does anybody know how magical contracts even work?
Oh, look at BB.
Did I ever make a contract with Balgar? I think I had something, right?
With who?
Algar kind of was like, well, you can choose to walk away, which would strip you of your paladin powers, but you have the freedom of choice.
Yeah, but like, am I contracted to him, or is it like spoken contract or whatever?
It's you represent me on the mortal plane. But if you no longer line up with my interests, then
Wait, am I speaking to him right now?
yes, he heard your messages.
Yo, what the fuck is up with this dude?
Strange fellow, isn't he?
Yeah.
Truth to be told, I suspect.
Wait,
You know that tin can friend of yours, the metal one, the Warforged. From talking with the other gods, we believe that this Allfather is something similar. We would say a machine. Yes.
Who's the Allfather in context? Is he like on your side? Is he on the Sorcerer Supreme side?
Well, in the events of the past, he helped us quite a bit. But it seems that he is trying to achieve his own objective, whatever that is.
So he's like your coworker, but like a consultant, like a contractor.
Yes.
BB, he says this guy's related to you.
Who says?
God. My God.
Well, it's not related, more like they are similar.
They're related. You guys are related.
Oh shit, it's my cousin.
Passing on the word of God here.
Oh shit, it's my cousin. My family's full of assholes. I know it. Baby fucking know it.
Alright, so, like, should I go ahead with this? Or I'm like, am I getting the divine message of, like, this shit is bad news?
So, you are not the first group to have attempted this? He spoke of the adventures from the past, yes? They have undergone a similar trial, and from what I remember of history, nothing particularly untoward happened to them, besides the fact that they had to fight and seal away this great entity, which I would guess you could qualify that as something bad.
And those adventurers are now in stasis, yeah?
Yes.
In what universe is that not something untoward?
Well, I would say I'm not sure if this is something you would necessarily believe, but from my understanding, they chose that solution of their own volition. It is not easy, yes. I have heard some of the recent musing you had with your companions. It kind of feels that you have to do it because it is your problem, even though you don't want it to be. And certainly, as one of the gods that your companions so speak of, what this All-Father has said is correct. If we choose to do so, we could always leave. But I'm not sure if this is any reassurance, but at least between me and my colleagues, we don't desire to do that. As much as we could, we were once, as you mentioned, mortals, just like you. And we do not wish to have those that we once were like just happen to disappear due to factors that may be generally outside their control. If it comes down to it, at least speaking for my brethren and I, we will go down with the ship. Of course, this All-Father may not necessarily believe that. He may not believe in our word on that matter. There's certainly nothing that ties us to this, but we can only give our reassurance on that matter.
So I'm communicating the word of God with like a very dubious tone this entire time. And then like afterwards I'm like, well, you know, like it's not like we're gonna go ignore the Sorcerer Supreme who potentially may cause the end of the universe as we know it. So like we're gonna find and talk to her somehow, and I think that counts as, you know, tying our fates with her, so we might as well do it. I'm voting with Bren. I mean, he's still a sketchy motherfucker, though.
Yeah. End of the day, my position has changed. Sorry, Gwen, I ain't a fan of gods, and I ain't doing this for the gods. I'm doing this for the mortals. In case of, you know, the people I know that I don't want to be dead.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, you know, I live here too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's save the universe.
Let's save the universe. Yeah, what BB said.
Must we make a contract to do this?
Here, hey, dude, you've been a good job not, you know, speaking up again and like, you know, intersecting in our conversation. I have a question. If we take this trial and gain this extra strength, you promise that all we need to do is make sure we're on the path to, you know, deal with this girl.
Yes, that's it.
You're not going to have any other, you know, sway of her. No offense to Gwen, don't want to become a paladin for your divine ass or anything.
No, I have no need of something like that.
Okay. Fuck.
In case you're wondering, it's not a contract.
You said if we didn't do it, there'd be consequences. So, like if we break the contract, we get fucked.
If you do it, right? If you take this trial, you are admitting that you want to be the heroes of this story. That is the consequence.
If I'm taking this trial, that means I'm admitting I don't want to die. Can I say that?
Yes, you can say that.
Yeah. If I take this trial, it means I'm not going to give away free money if it's going to help me in the long run.
Right, but how do I put this? It would mean that you will become important players in this story. You will have the ability to more directly affect the outcome of this universe. For better
Sure.
or worse.
I kind of assumed that if we were going to, go like killing a supreme entity anyway, but I don't give a shit about it. We're just doing it to, live the rest of our lives.
That's good.
You're fidgeting a lot. You okay, guy? Okay.
I'm just drinking my tea.
Mm-hmm. What? Zell, what's your say?
I mean, I'll follow you, Brun.
Let's save the
I don't
universe.
like it, but
All right. So I'm assuming you are all on board. Yes.
That is a way of putting it. But
In
yes.
regards to the person who is not with you.
Oh yeah, is he already doing the trial? Did you just like?
No, he's just kind of there at the moment.
Okay.
He's kind of frozen in a sense. If you chose to walk away, then I would have given him back. Nothing harmed, nothing changed.
What? Why'd you take him in the first place then? Could have had a say.
He appears to be distracted, in a sense.
And so you kidnapped him.
Well, I suspect that regardless of what I say, you will not be convinced. So yes, I kidnapped him.
Okay. Well, either way, you got consent by Gwen. I won't talk about that shit anymore. Once and for all, I look at everyone else. Are we willing to do this? Don't care about the influence. I just care about making sure I can do what I can to keep existence going.
Let's save the universe.
Yay!
Yay, universe.
You all sound very excited.
Yay.
I
Okay.
One thing can I add to the contract? After we do this, after we do the trial, and after we fuck up this bitch, right? Let me come back here. Let us all come back here and just shoot you once.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, I'm in.
Twice.
Right.
I have a whole clip in here.
Oh, some of you seem very intent on shooting me.
If you said that from the beginning, we would have taken that contract easy.
Oh. Perhaps I should try that next time. If it comes down to it.
How many times have you tried this, by the way? Just asking.
This is the second time.
Ah, so the others were disposable.
Well...
The other ones are in stasis currently.
could have been
Ah,
worse.
just like us. In the future.
Let's have it not come to that.
Right.
Knock on wood.
Though... Once we have gotten to this point, I will share what the trial will consist of. It consists of 2 parts.
This interview will consist of 2 parts. The first one will be simpler, and the next problem will be a little bit more complicated. We're mostly interested in your algorithmic approach, but not.
Yes, that's exactly it. How did you know about this?
I was in a state of.
It's actually almost verbatim what I say.
Like that was way too scripted.
That was how I was told trials were supposed to go. So, it's very interesting that you have a similar thought process.
All right, chop chop. Moving on.
All right, yes, we're wasting time. Okay. The first part will consist of facing some of your inner concerns. What that would mean is,
Is this a group answer or individual answer?
would you like this to be a group answer?
Wait, what do you mean? Like, concerns as a group? We have to answer?
You can. Well, no. You will be faced with certain hypothetical scenarios, and you'd be left to consider what that means to you. Just something to keep in mind. And it is my hope that this experience will allow you to.
Okay, I don't care about your hopes. Sure. Next.
Then after that, you will beat up some things, as you will put it.
Okay.
Trial by combat. I would say that is something you are familiar with.
Very much so.
Alright. So, we'll say the first would be delving into some of your concerns. Now, I will give you the option. Would you like this to be public?
What the
Companions
fuck is this
will-
guy talking about?
Your companions will see what you see.
It's like, oh, you gotta face your deepest, darkest nightmares. You want to show this to your friends.
Which was
Right
faster.
now, what I'm concerned about is that this guy is not who he claims to be, of some champion of mortals who doesn't actually do anything for the that is my biggest concern right now.
It's okay,
No.
though. Once we get through this, we'll do some research. We'll find out what other shit we can. But for now,
You
Well-
can make it public. I'm sure everybody knows by now how I feel about you.
I don't think that's what we thought.
Mm.
Sure, yeah, we could do it publicly. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Alright. The two of you.
Which one's faster? Let's go publicly. I don't care.
Okay. And? Alright. Is that a consent from all of you?
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. And since you answered first, Miss the one who has a severe mistrust of my intentions.
Not the only one.
Pretty sure it's justified.
Vocally dissent, unsure of my intentions. Would you like to go first?
Show me the papers.
All right. He raises his hand. He raises both of his hands in front of his face and claps, and then it goes dark for all of you.
I said, show me the fucking papers, you fucking bitch! I'm screaming into the void.
So there's a trolley that's going on a track with one person tagged.
God damn.
Okay. I did not imagine it to end up like this. How are you guys feeling so far? Just out of character for a bit.
Okay, I know you saw me typing all that shit.
Okay.
So, like,
This is a very different response from my other group. It's very interesting.
but you know where I'm coming from, right? Like,
I know,
he was
I completely
created
understand.
to
Absolutely.
help the mortals, but he's not actually doing that. So why, like,
He was
we asked him for help, and now he's saying, "No, it's okay. You guys help yourself." So that's the first thing, and the second thing is, like, when he was summoned, what was the retaliation of the other side? Because under this magical contract, this magical woven contract that the sorcerer supreme can break or is immune to, like, under this one, if one side does something, the other side can do something in retaliation. But what do we know that they have done?
Good question.
So if the answer is they have not done anything, then we can assume that they are also on the same side on this particular problem. So in that case, why would they not just,
Okay.
band together and fix it?
He has not answered that.
Which is another reason why in character and out of character, I'm like, I don't know why we're doing this, why we would trust this guy and why we would go with it. Because it seems just, a little too awfully convenient that, they don't have any of these answers of whether or not, what I'm doing is the right thing to do, whether like
Okay.
she's actually somebody I should be concerned about, or if I'm just being manipulated into killing her for their purpose,
Out of character, I get the sense that this guy is literally a robot, and he was summoned this way for programming's sake, right? But he's not like the Sorcerer Supreme and can't break stuff as easily, or also could choose not to and just like be following rules to the point. And so it's just like, yes, this is the way like mortals do it. It's not like I think what Justice God said, like he's not trying to be, like he's trying to do the right thing that is efficient in his head, like the way it's going to actually fix things.
Yes, but efficient would be just getting everybody to beat her up.
I think I didn't understand this point when I was doing it because I was really kind of trying my best.
If we don't know that, like,
I
under the
would
contract,
say
oppose you.
let's say that he gave some sort of answer on this because I didn't understand that. There was a response to his summoning. It did result in backlash.
All right, and was the backlash enough to be like, okay, now we're just not going to touch her, and we're just going to, have this backlash along with this guy who is literally useless? So, does the backlash justify summoning this guy and doing nothing with him?
This backlash, well, he would give the answer that this backlash resulted in the events that caused BB to end up in this time.
And that doesn't seem like a bad thing to me just yet, so I don't see why we can't use this guy.
Well, BB came here because shit got fucked up, right? BB got sent back because something fucked up happened.
Right.
So in the future, you're already breaking this magical contract again, is what I'm understanding, because now you're sending BB back to change it, so that gets broken again in the future.
He would say he didn't send BB back. Mortals sent BB back.
Which means there's going to be even more backlash in the future. You see, it's just like it's a loop. You know what I mean? And it never gets solved.
There shouldn't be any backlash since it was a mortal that sent him back, so there's no problem there. He would probably attempt to be like,
is him trying to do this, not him interfering?
well, he didn't ask for BB to show up.
Well, no, him giving us this.
This trial seems fine because it's the same thing as like Gwen's God, having paladins and things.
Hey, look, if we don't like him after his trial and we're like, fuck him, let's kill him first and then kill the bitch,
I think this is the most he can do without, making more backlash.
Right.
So I have an out of character question. Is this like is this a guy trying to be like a narrative setup or like, get this group of adventurers to fight against a big bad and then justify why the gods or whatever or high powers are not doing anything about it? Or is there like a whole bigger theme or plot thing? I mean, you cannot answer if it's spoilers, I guess, of this person not giving us like big ass answers. Like all those like answers about like decide your own fate. Is it for narrative purpose, like get your asses to fight the big bad, or is it like setting I guess, setup? Or both?
I'm not sure if it's going to be anything bigger than what it is at face value. I can say that much.
So I'm gonna just take it as like narrative reasons to get us, puny mortals, to fight a big bad, and
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it God's not solving the problem, essentially?
Yeah. I think that's fine. At some point, it's just, even if you're like him, right, narrative purposes, to continue, the progression.
Right. Like I definitely was kind of stressed out because it seems like this guy feels like an asshole to you guys.
Oh yeah, at one point I would just been like,
I
call
don't-
canceled, go do your shit.
I did not have this problem with the other groups, so I've definitely been kind of not problem. It's response with the other groups. So I've definitely been blindsided. I'm like,
Selvra is the most paranoid fucking bitch. I don't know what you expected from
the
her.
other group was just like, oh, okay, let's go do it, no problem.
Yo,
I'm like,
oh my god, dude, we have been fucking bombarded by non-answer given ass NPCs all session, dude. And this guy is like this guy's kidnapping our shit and then being a non-answer given ass. Like
Like like out of character yet, like narrative things. You got to go fight the big bad. Okay, in character, it's like this guy is a fucking piece of shit.
yeah, I've been kind
Let's
of
wail on him.
I was just like, okay, do I just like keep going or like what's going on? I definitely.
I think you needed to cut your losses at one point and just be like, hey, take it or leave it. And
Or, like, if he's a divine entity, fucking flick your hands, force us through the trial. Like,
yeah,
just
force the trial anyways. Like
just progress the narrative, right? Sometimes the more you talk with the NPC, the more fault the players can find in their logic.
Which
I mean,
Yeah.
I would say I am happy with how everything has turned out so far. I think this has all been fine. I'm just saying I was like very
yeah, like
odd.
at one point we were just going with like loops in the logic poking, right? It was like, oh well, why can't you do this if you were this, and then based on your answer.
I think this
Yeah.
is fine. I'm just saying like I was just not sure if you guys are like particularly upset about something because I was just like, oh shit, what have I done?
yo, it feels like fucking pulling teeth to get answers from this motherfucker. Goddamn.
Just like
I'm okay with that. Just
Like, as a player, I understood, like, oh, we're gonna do this for narrative reasons. So I was like, okay, whatever excuse I, as a player, can find to make Zell do this, which is, hey, Brent said, this. And I was like, all right, fine, I trust your judgment. I'm like, all right, I'll do it. But, Zell is still like, why did they make this contract in the first place? Where nobody can do shit?
I guess it's like a like nuclear war kind of thing where it's like, well, if you don't want to start a nuclear war, don't pull the trigger first.
There's literally a nuclear war happening on our doorstep. So
about that.
yeah, literally, I wrote like they made this to not make the mortal realm go to shit. So why are they not collectively as a group saving the mortal realm now? If the original reason they made this contract was to stop the mortal realm from going to shit.
Yeah, who on the gods is on the side of this bitch? Is there like, because I'd understand if there was like some other evil gods that are like, oh, I'm gonna help out the Sorcerer Supreme and the world,
Good question.
I just chalked it off. Gods can be selfish. Maybe that's not the reason they made the contract. Maybe it was their internal strife, maybe to limit each other's power. And so that's why I was like, okay, fine. You guys do you. I'll look out for me.
I mean, if they're selfish, then they're limiting their own power, so...
Yeah. Fun to limit your power in order to limit everyone else's, right? That's sort of the crab bucket mentality.
Tax. Okay. I just wanted to stop there because it definitely kind of felt like it was getting a little heated. I was just wondering if everything's okay.
I think we're good. Only thing I would say is like probably cut that shorter by like forcing a resolution earlier, because the characters' drama is fine. Like the characters getting heated is fine, right? But the longer it goes, that drains into the players, and you don't want the players to feel like they can't get anything done.
Okay. Yeah.
I think like as a like structural like how I feel as a player, like my feedback is that I'm not sure that I made a meaningful decision in the last like this entire session so far.
Okay.
which is like fine in short periods, but we've been here for a while.
I was just wondering, like, what do you mean by you haven't made a meaningful decision? I guess.
Like I haven't decided where to go or what to do in
Okay.
a while.
Okay. Yeah,
Right?
just
Like
kind
I
of.
haven't made a decision of what to do in a
Okay.
while.
Okay.
Like I'm just like trying to get some fucking information for this guy so that I can say, yeah, okay, I'll do this fucking trial for you. Like as a
Oh, okay.
player, like yes, I would love to. I would love to do this fucking trial that you built this content for us to do. But like as a character, it's like pretty hard for me to justify. Like let me go along with this guy who has mysterious motives that won't explain anything to me, or like he's saying like, oh, okay, so I'm from this mysterious group of people who are more powerful than you and won't tell you shit, and there's this other group of mysterious people who are also more powerful than you, and I won't tell you shit about them either, but trust me bro, go kill that guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's fucking trust me,
Okay.
don't kill him. I'm like, what?
I got it.
Like
I got it. I think this is fine. You will.
I think
Okay.
it's fine.
Okay, I got it.
like yes, I would love to engage with your content. No.
Put the dots together. It is fine. I figured it out. Okay.
Again, not as a DM, but I think Ash is right. Is like you saw all our characters sort of floundering about like not being able to make a decision, and it's fine. I think if you decide your NPC doesn't want to give out that information, but like we needed to be forced to make a resolution one way or another instead of spending 40 minutes discussing
Yeah.
around it.
I think it's fine, especially since we've had this conversation. The main point is, right, like, the longer it goes, the more dissonance there is between, like, okay, but I don't know if this was my character do, but it's what I want to do as a player as well as should do to keep it going. The longer you go, the more dissonance appears. So, as a DM, just boom, make it happen, or like force the decision earlier.
Okay.
I really just need an excuse for Zell to go along with it, which is
Okay.
when
I'll
Bren was
keep
like,
that in mind next
all right,
time.
fine.
I don't think I really thought about this when I was setting this up, so like that's probably on me because I didn't like imagine this was going to be a problem.
Yeah. Fine. Like, it's one of the things. It's just like a pacing, right? You don't want to let the players do too much.
Okay. Again, like last time I didn't run into this problem. It was just like, okay, we'll do it. I was like, oh, okay, sure. Like we didn't have this whole thing about choosing the whatever stuff, which I think it's probably because they're not quite as used to that, so they're much more okay with being like, well, I want to do this as a player, so let's do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, I just wanted to cover that for a bit. Sorry for spending like 15
No,
minutes.
that was good. Good to have an out of character discussion about that.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna move on then. When do you guys want to go to sleep? This is important.
Like in the story.
Or
in real life.
IRL.
And IRL.
V needs to wake up at like 4:30 in the morning.
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
Might as well stay.
I'm probably not gonna sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. Okay, I feel kind of bad because I was like, I didn't know what you were doing tomorrow.
I have a flight to catch.
Oh shit!
Okay, I see. Okay, in that case, well, I'm gonna try to get a couple of these done, and then we'll leave the rest for field up tomorrow. Okay, so the whole field up thing was me trying to figure out how to remove field up from the premises.
I mean, that was pretty obvious.
As a DM, I'll say it was obvious, but did seem like a good one because it just in character antagonizes players against this guy.
Makes sense.
Because I feel like just even having him there and not saying anything would be fine compared to like, oh, he just kidnapped one of our party members.
Just be like, oh, he decided to.
I have already embraced this guy being an asshole. It is now canon.
That's fine. If he's gonna be an asshole, then fucking force us through the trial without even giving us the choice.
Okay. Well, it's more like he doesn't understand why you guys would be upset. But like you'll qualify as an asshole anyways. Okay. Back to the story. I'm going to start setting things up. Zara. Right?
What's up?
You wake up, and you're back in Wyvern Crest, the inn where you guys, well, not the inn, the um guild headquarters where you guys have like barracks and you would sleep. Okay.
Alright.
You are back. You wake up. And you think to yourself, "What the heck did I just go through?" Right? You remember everything that's happened so far.
So it feels like reality, not a dream.
Right? It feels like reality. Right?
Alright.
And you kind of think to yourself. You sit back. You're just like, "What just happened so far? You know, was this all just a bad dream? Like, what the hell was that all about? You know, this is freaking random asshole who like kidnapped Philip, gave you guys a bunch of vague ass answers, you know, didn't tell you guys shit. You think he's really sus, you know?"
I also think it's really sus that I'm back here now, and am I alone?
Yeah, you feel like, are you like getting gaslit out here? Like, what's going on, right?
Well, is Gwen with me? Like, is anybody there? Can I go knocking on some doors?
Okay, you're currently in your room. Do you share a room with other people? Like,
mean-
share like the room with other people? I don't know. I've never asked about this.
I mean, a couple of times in the past, whenever we like got rooms, when we were still calculating money and stuff, I
Yeah,
always
okay. I would say in this case, since you're part of the guild, you guys have your own rooms. So you are alone in your own room, which is normal.
and I have these memories of this happening, but no memory of coming back here.
Nope.
All right, well, that's not sus at all. I'm gonna go fucking knocking down some doors. Hello.
Alright. You go. You know that everyone has their own rooms. Okay. You go knocking on some doors. They don't open.
Oh my god, this fucking quest is cryptic too. What the fuck am I supposed to do here?
You're just like, fuck this shit, man. And at this point, you just turn the doorknob. You open the door, which is a huge red flag for you immediately, because Gwen, for example, would absolutely lock her door. You're not sure if BB ever locks his door because he kind of just stands on the side anyways, but most people lock their doors. So the fact that it just opens like this is not a good sign. You look inside the room. It's undisturbed. There is nothing that signifies that Gwen is currently inhabiting this room. None of her items, you know, her gear, her shiny ass sword, nothing. Would you like to open some more doors?
Yeah.
You gotta check Vivi, Philip, and Brent's doors. There's nothing there. All of them are empty.
Is anybody anywhere? Is there any other person around?
You after leaving the last person's room, which would be, I'll say, Brent's, you see someone like kind of sweeping the floor in the corridor.
Hey, excuse me.
Yes?
Do you happen to have the day?
The day?
Yeah.
It is. She gives you a day. It is 2 years from what you remember.
Backwards or forwards?
Forwards.
Forwards. Huh. Do you remember when I got back? How long have I,
Oh. The person with the broom kind of fidgets a bit. Like you can tell even without doing anything. She seems somewhat hesitant on how to answer you. I'm really sorry, but would you mind if I go get someone to answer that question for you? I don't know if I.
Sure, but I'll just follow her.
Okay, that works too. She leads you to the laboratory where you see the person that you interned with, Crystal. She's kind of busy doing some sort of research at a table. It seems to be kind of comparing a bunch of different kind of specimen parts. They all kind of like lined up in like a chemistry like school table type of way, right? And she's like, "Oh, you're awake. Are you feeling all right? How are you?"
Yeah, how long have I been out?
You've been out for a month. Do you remember what happened?
Tell me what happened. First of all, do you know where my brother is?
With that, Crystal also kind of hesitates a little bit before she kind of just like she goes into one of the bookcases and she opens up like one of the drawers that like at the bottom and shuffles through it before coming back with a newspaper clipping. You should read this.
What's the date of the clipping?
The clipping was 1 month ago from the present date that you were given. So
Okay, so when I came back, or since I've been out.
It is a report from a well-known newspaper that reports in many areas controlled by the world government. And on it is a headline saying, "Vigilante group exposed."
Alright, where's the local library?
Before you think about that, you see this article, you read through it, and it talks about how the vigilante group, the allocators, have been found infiltrating world government stronghold, and in the ensuing conflict, the stronghold blew up, killing every every member that was in there. Of the people identified were you see some names and pictures, and there you can see a bunch of people that you recognize in black and white. You can see what appears to be a crude drawing of BB's head. You see a picture of Gwen in what appears to be pretty fancy, like night gear. You see kind of what appears to be a copy of a portrait of Philip. And you also see some of the people that you worked with, allocators. At the bottom, you can see that there are 3 pictures. One of Bren's mechanic friend, Vandam, one of Bren himself, and one of Silverdome. And these pictures are described all of the casualties that were identified. Or not casualties, fatalities. And you read this article, it seems to be some sort of hocus pocus nonsense about how there's some interviews with like some higher ups in the world government about how they are glad to have finally gotten rid of these upstarts once and for all, yada yada yada. But it's you kind of read this and you're having trouble processing these words.
I assume Crystal's on my side.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
We we're not sure how you managed to get back, but you came back, the teleportation circle bloodied and alone, or at your wit's end, completely just unable, like you were barely able to walk and collapsed as soon as you kind of teleported in. We had to drag you back to the guild place and patch you up. You've been comatose for the last month. What happened exactly?
Well, first of all, I want to know what my status is, and like, does the newspaper mention me? Blah blah.
Well, your picture isn't on here, so I guess
I'm not
not.
mentioned at all.
No. It appears if you are part of this, alloquators or whatever, they don't seem to have recognized you as a member.
Where do your, allegiances lie? Like,
I mean,
what
this
side are you
is
on?
this is not like, things about like the world government or whatever. This I think, and I would say many of the people at the guild agree with me, we aren't interested in this type of topic. You know, for us, you are a member of the Guild Alliance, and that's what we recognize you as, right? We take care of our own, for better or worse. But, you know, it doesn't change the fact that this happened. And, I'm kind of surprised you're taking this pretty well, it's considered.
Zelra's like just full mission mode. She's like, let me fucking finish this bitch ass's trial. What is he trying to do to me?
Right. Mhm.
She's thinking that in her head in case the guy wants to answer her too. But I'm assuming it's radio silence from him, huh?
No, he doesn't say anything. Crystal's just like, you okay? You seem distracted.
Just trying to remember. You wouldn't happen to have more newspapers spanning 2 years back to now, would you?
No. I just saved this in case you didn't remember.
Is there a local library that does?
You can check the records in Winterhaven, perhaps, but I can't give no guarantees.
Alright, in that case, I'll be headed out then.
Okay. You head out. Things are pretty normal outside, like besides the whatever this situation has been thrown at you, you know, you try observing to see if there's anything particular or strange about this whole scenario that in your head that it's cooked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't tell anything different. The people that you are kind of familiar with, they seem to act more or less normally, except they do seem to be kind of giving you some space. Otherwise, it's kind of like you can't tell the difference. So I guess you go head out to the library, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking for answers, or, trying to figure out what this cooked up scenario is.
You see, you go to the library. You look for some of the newspaper, kind of that has hopefully been saved up over the last couple of years. Thankfully, they do have a section for this. You can go look for it. You see that it appears. You look through some of it. There's some opinion articles from and like editorials from about a year back. Something about how world governments suspected in collusion with demons? Question mark? Question mark? Uh, fear grips the general public as rumors kind of fire up about these matters. I see some other things like attacks on various kind of smaller local kind of barrack outhousings in regards to that. Suspicion that there's a specific group called the allocators organizing these attacks for whatever reason. You see some more articles about that. There seems to be a particularly interesting one you see is that there seems to be a particular opinion article from some writer that remained anonymous about how the world government is actually trying to unearth some like incredibly powerful witch that can threaten to like collapse space-time, and how they intended to use her power for their own gain for whatever reason. And there aren't that many articles, all things considered. It seemed like these were things that kind of happened like once every month or a couple of months or something like that. So you only really get like 10-ish snippets of articles before you finally catch up to the one from a month ago where it appears that everyone has died.
But it looks like the rest of us are alive, so guess fake Bren managed to stop them. Good job, Bren.
Well, what do you mean? But like,
Sorcerer Supreme doesn't seem to have wiped everybody else out. So I'm assuming whatever happens there, the explosion that killed fake Bren and fake rest of us, or fake rest of them,
right. Okay.
means they stopped it, so...
Okay. You're just like, okay, they must have finished the job, right?
In this scenario.
Okay. So, but the newspapers don't seem to have really a certain if that was what it was about. You're not really sure, but that's a good assumption to make. Would you like to try follow up on that?
I guess I'll go see with my own eyes then.
How do you do that?
Guess I'm going on an adventure. Just gonna fucking trek it over.
Yeah, track it over.
I assume, yeah, like... what else am I gonna do?
Okay, that's a good question, right? You track it over. You remember from your discussions before that whoever this is was trapped in the bottom of the lake, right? In the center of the island. You travel towards the Black Forest, and you go. You see the forest encampment is now much livelier before. People have seemed to have settled, created. It seems to be a small settlement is actually gathering there, and people seems to be kind of traveling into the Black Forest at this point, and it seems like more hospitable to normal travelers compared to before, where covered in mist and scary creatures and all that shit, right? You have no difficulty kind of boarding a carriage, and apparently they even will take you to the center of the island, right? And you make it all the way to the center, and you see that this place is appears to be kind of memorialized, where there seems to be kind of a bunch of a pretty tall tablet with a bunch of names on it, and described for those lost to stop for those lost in the defense of this entire plane. You go to this tablet and you look for those names, and you find them. They actually are all kind of listed together. But it seems that your conclusion is correct. You appear to have spotted the threat, or, fake Bren, quote unquote, has done the impossible, and the world currently lives in some sort of peace. More or less. They are not under the threat of getting wiped out by a time crunch. So, now what?
Now what indeed? What am I meant to do here now?
Right. And you kind of sit and you think, what do you do?
I thought you were supposed to train us for killing her and seeing how she's dead. Hey! I shout out to the void.
Okay.
She's dead!
Okay.
What am I supposed to do here?
There's no response.
There's nothing in the paper about this happening. This seems pretty big.
But yet, it seems like the problem's all solved, right? Is it just time? How do you get out of this? Do you just like go on with your life? What's going on here? Right?
If she's already dead, then I guess I'll go back to where I found him.
Okay.
There's gotta be an exit out of this somehow or another, right?
Alright.
Might as well go back to the beginning.
Okay.
Gonna trek it back over here instead.
Alright. You trek it back all the way back to this freaking shady ass place. Right? You take the carriage back, you teleport back, you go up, you encounter the dragons, you haul your ass all the way back over, walking the steps. You finally end up back in this location, and nobody's here except for you. Far cry from what you remember when this so-called trial started, when all four of you were together, right? And he is there, kind of sipping his tea. He's like, oh, this is kind of awkward, isn't it?
Yeah. So, is this the part where I shoot you?
Well, I did promise that, yeah, so I guess you can shoot me.
Just fucking unload on him.
Alright, you shoot him, and the bullets just kind of, they shoot, like, they kind of, you hear the pitter-patter, and he kind of just, like, gets on his knees and, like, well, that was pretty painful, honestly. I didn't really expect that, but, you feel better?
Honestly, I thought that was gonna be my ticket out of here.
No, not quite. The question is, you've made it this far already, but what is there left for you? What is your existence like at this point? What will you do?
You're not gonna get me with that. I know this isn't real. I know that you sent me here, and I know that you're the way back.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I mean, I guess, but right now I don't think I can send you back.
If you could send me forward, you can send me back. This isn't even a forward.
Let's say I can't. Or if you think I can, well, let's say I won't. Then what do you do? I guess the question I should really be asking is this. In a scenario where you are alone with no one to follow, what would you do with your life?
I'm gonna rebuild what I've lost.
Hmm? Interesting. Okay. And how would you do that?
Huh.
What have you lost?
In this world? Seems like you've made me lose everybody.
Hmm. Well, it seems let me put it this way. If you're not sure how to answer that question, why don't you try and experience it for yourself for a bit? It's all, quote unquote fake, right? You'll spend a couple of years. Try living your life out. Tell me, what do you think will happen?
Keep fighting the good fight.
Okay.
That was my purpose for coming here in the first place.
All right. In that case, I wish you luck. And with that, you find yourself back at the entrance.
Fucking bitch ass motherfucker. I should have shot him 6 more times for Bren.
Okay. But now you're looking to the future, or this whatever future this is, right?
Zell is going to stay mission mode until the day she fucking dies, because she is not going to live in this reality where Bren is dead, because it's not real. And even if it was, that would probably still be her answer. So she is going to stay mission mode.
Okay. You decide that you're going to keep this up until the day you die. And I guess in your spare time you're gonna continue fighting the good fight, as you put it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You so you
Become silver.
Yeah. Is this going to be like you're going to make your own organization, or are you gonna do this solo?
I was never good at making relationships like that.
Okay. So you're gonna do it by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. You go on to try and fight the entire world alone. You get on the ship out of Wyvern Crest and you head back home. You say your, of course, not without saying your goodbyes to the people who took care of you, I guess, right? You go back.
Yeah, but I'm not like saying goodbye, like
Right.
it's just, I got shit to do.
Okay. You go back to whence you came, and you go to the now empty headquarters that you originally came from. You sit down, and you get to work. You start making the plans. You're silver now, but at the same time, it doesn't feel quite the same, And as you continue doing this, as you stake out on your own, as you find ways to try and foil and disrupt
Demon
world
contract
governments.
and government.
Yeah, as you try your best to deal with the threats that you remember dealing with since before you got on this island, you feel like you're not making any progress, right? It's just, as much as it kind of really hurts to admit, it's just you're only one person, and you try your best, you do what you can and make the difference you could, but it just seems like things aren't going to change, right? The world government continues to be a tyrannical force that kind of swallows up whatever smaller sovereignties it deems its fancy. And for every demonic contract you try to stop, it feels like there's 3 more that fall to those temptations. And you do this for 5 years. And at this point, you decide to go big or go. Right? And you go invade. You plan an assassination attempt on a higher, one of the highest authorities in the world government. I hope maybe if you take one of those top bigwigs out, maybe you'll be able to make a difference. One night, you kind of prepare your entrance strategy. You slip in. There's some guards. You shoot them to sleep. And you kind of walk in. And this is like a lot easier than you think so far. Like, this is pretty ridiculous. But as you're going down a corridor, you run into an admiral bigwig who immediately recognizes that you're not supposed to be here. The alarms blare. Sounds go off. Now this entire place is running after you. You fight the good fight. You do what you can, but it's not even 15 minutes, and you're on your last legs. You're bleeding from multiple wounds. You're so dizzy you can barely stand straight, and you sit down, and you kind of stumble into kind of like a empty broom closet. You shut yourself in, try to buy yourself some space, but your breathing starts kind of getting shallow, and you can really feel like this is really it, you know. And you don't think there's much more in the tank for you. And as you sit there and you think to yourself, have I fought the good fight? Did I do what I believe was right? And you ask yourselves this. What's your answer?
Knowing myself, yes.
Right. And as your vision kind of putters out, you see yourself kind of thinking at the end, would Bren be proud of me?
That is not an answer I will give myself.
But you do remember, at the end, you remember as you slip away into darkness, you remember some snippet of whatever that reality is. That day when everyone kind of fell. You remember Bren was carrying you. You were hobbling through a corridor, and for some reason you're being chased by something, and he pushed you along. He said, go, live free, enjoy the life that you're meant to enjoy. And you wonder if you have managed to accomplish that.
And I think to myself, Brent should have known me better.
Alright. And as the vision kind of fades to black, you find yourself standing back here, and you look around. You know, it feels as if no time has passed at all. The other 3 of you have seen all of this. You've seen Zara's commitment to getting out of this, how she chose to live her life.
Did we just see it, or did we experience her perspective at all.
You experience his perspective along with her.
Can I shoot this man now?
Actually, no. In this case, you haven't done that, so no.
I ask him, can I shoot you now?
As Zell goes for a gun, Bren will, like, grab onto it and push it down, and will give Zell a hug and say, I'll give you the answer. Proud of you? 100%. Still doesn't stop me from wishing you had a better life.
Zell will choose not to answer to that.
Still, I must commend you for your dedication. Certainly very strong showing of wills. It was not the answer I was expecting, but I believe it is one that is worth being proud about. All right. So that's a good example. Does any one of you want to go next? All right, who wants to raise their hand in class?
I think it's only fair.
What was it?
I think it's only fair, and Bren will step forward.
Okay.
That's it. Do me a favor.
Well, what was the question that Zell was trying to answer?
What would she
What
do
I
with that
would do
mission?
Yeah, what I would do with my life. And I decided that I have my life's purpose already. And there's no reason to pursue anything else.
I guess my question is like, what? I mean, I'm asking like All Father, like, what kind of answer are you expecting from us, right? Or is that part of the trial?
Merely asking you to explore some of the things that you may have not been thinking about. In this case, it was what would this person do without the guiding force in her life, without her brother, without her mentor, without her party?
Okay.
I believe you would all agree that her answer was admirable, although perhaps you do not wish that upon her. That is up to you to think about. Now, you said you're next, correct?
Yeah, but do me a favor.
Yeah?
Like, maybe it doesn't mean much to you, but a life lived, and looks back at Zell, it means a lot to us. Even if you can just make that time appear out of nowhere.
Of course.
Just do me a favor. Make it so I don't remember this.
You don't want to remember?
Yeah, and I'll show you. Show you that, we're not
Would you want
as
anyone
malleable.
else? Would you want anyone else to remember?
Yeah. Like, they can see my vision, but
Oh, you mean you
I
don't
d-
want to remember being here?
yes, I don't want to know it's fake.
An admirable decision. All right. And he claps his hands again. And you all go fade in black. All right. Okay. You wake up. It's the birds are chirping outside and you're in a tent.
I look around the tent, I'm like, the fuck?
You remember. You try to think yourself, what were you doing? You take a bit. You sit down. You think about it. You remember that you are at the forest encampment right now. You have just traveled there with your party. in search of something that's in the Black Forest. You are being led here for God knows what reason. Completely unclear. But supposedly you're supposed to be here to do something.
It sounds familiar. Well, I'm in a tent by myself.
You're in a tent by yourself, but it's you remember where everyone is, more or less.
Okay, is it a communal tent or is it like a single tent?
It's the lodgings that you guys had the last time.
Oh, okay, so yeah. So like
I
along
don't
with
remember what this.
yeah, with everyone else. Well, okay, y'all just
Okay.
get shit together and like, okay, let's fuck.
Yeah. And you remember at this point. Wait, what do you remember? You remember you remember being drunk.
Oh shit, I got wasted again last night. Fuck.
You got wasted. But remember someone saying something about how Zara took on some very suspicious contract or whatever from some weird lady.
She's too smart for that. Walk out and look for everyone.
Right. You look for everyone and just like, okay, what's our next course of action, correct?
Mhm.
All right, we're supposed to go to this freaking forest and we're gonna explore and figure out what's going on, right?
Mhm.
You go do just that. You go in and you traverse through place. You get ambushed by some animals that were apparently mind controlled, and at this point you see
Quick question.
Zara. Yeah.
Does this Bren, like, is this the exact same Bren or this, like, also rewritten Soul Bren?
Well, you see Zara burst up in flames.
The fuck? Well, what I mean to say is, like, was the state of my soul also transferred in this? So,
No.
okay, so
You
this
are-
feels like Bren before that.
Yeah, this is Bren before that.
Okay,
this
got
is
it.
the Bren who did not take the contract.
Okay, got it. Is it the Zal? The fuck? You, like, keep
No.
shooting in the middle of comments, like, you good? The fuck is that?
She flips a thumbs up at you. It seems like everything's fine.
Okay. Looks over to BB. Did you cast some spell on her? Is that why she glowed?
BB informs you that she seemed to have reached some sort of agreement with some suspicious lady at the forest encampment to gain some additional power as a trade-off for apparently being on fire when she gets into a fight.
Okay. Well, she looks alright for now and continue the combat, but, you know, keeping an eye out.
Right. You see her, you guys got to fight just fine, besides the fact that, wherever she stood, it caught on fire. There's a very strange fire that didn't seem to burn anything except the space it was in. But, it seemed fine. And you go along your day, you eventually find the secret corridor.
Well, after the combat, I definitely asked Zell about that shit.
No.
Like, what was that?
Oh, Zara, what was that?
You were on fire, like literal fire. It was like cool as fuck, but what was it?
Well, she tells you that, she wanted to be able to get stronger so she could support you better. Right? So, and, this lady made an offer that seemed kind of reasonable to her, so she accepted it.
Oh, alright. Cool. And Bren, knowing that Zell's is the brains, that if it means reasonable to her, then it's probably reasonable to him. Well, like, alright.
Okay. And you continue on, right? You eventually go fight a dragon. Well, not fight a dragon. You fight people harassing a dragon. It's a giant eyeball creature that screws with you guys, right? And you guys managed to fend it off properly. dragon turns into stone in an attempt to help you guys finish the fight. And around this time, you start noticing that Zara is acting a little weird. She's getting a little more careless.
That's not like her.
Right? Normally, she is very calculated. She doesn't take risks. She makes sure it's to finish the job efficiently. But she's starting to do things that she normally wouldn't. She's kind of getting into the thick of things. She's willing to just put herself in the open and take a firefight if that's like something that just comes up, instead of kind of being more laid back, playing support, kind of taking cover, being sneaky, all these things.
Bren doesn't say anything, though he has a little bit of sense of anxiety at this change, and one of the reasons he was the front line was so she did have to do that, but doesn't say anything, and like seems to be like, hey, if she's enjoying it, sure, but we'll do his best to back her up in case she does anything wild. Like his intention goes from the fight to like, okay, let's make sure she has support wherever she does.
Right. You go on to rest that night. You've completed some amount of tasks, right? You decide to go take a break in encampment. You don't say anything. You just kind of just assume she knows what she's doing. Part of you can't help but feel you have this nagging sensation there's something off, and it doesn't really help when you pass by that suspicious woman's wares. She kind of motions at you and she asks you, "So, how is she?"
Wait, oh, you're the one. I heard my sister made a deal with you?
Ah, yes, she did. She seemed very eager to be more, to have more of a contribution or something like that. So I gave her what she wanted, at a price, of course.
It's weird. What did you give her, and what was the price?
The price was a fire in her soul, you would say.
The price was you encouraged her?
No. Well, I guess that might be one way to put it, but I suggest you look out for her.
Okay. A little suspicious now. Bren would likely, use his little bit of blood hunter thing to ID, is she a fiend?
And it's pretty, she doesn't even seem to attempt to hide it. Just kind of, you very easily manage to deduce that she is someone from the hells, essentially.
Huh. Okay. I'll be back. And he, like, that's the first sign of, like, real suspicion now, where you had studied and been taught these things as a kid of, like, the deals and things. And he goes up to, first BB, because he was awake that night, as he said, says, hey, BB, do you remember what the contract was about? Did you overhear?
Well, BB will tell you something like, in exchange for more vitality, more physical vitality, she would be set on fire for a few encounters with, like,
When her, like,
hostile.
life's on the line. Sure, okay, fine.
Right.
So just
but
watch her
that's-
back.
Right, but that's all the contract seemed to have consisted of from his point of view.
Okay. Bren would probably not confront Zell about it yet, because it seems like it stemmed off her wanting to contribute and doesn't want to bring that to, like, her attention and, like, make her feel
Yeah, okay.
bad about it. And we'll just say, hey, you good, Zell? And if she's okay, just, continue.
You go visit her and see if she's okay. And check in. Are you good, Zell?
Yeah, just
Right?
general, not even about the
And
contract.
the first thing you notice is that she is not busy. She kind of just seems to be kind of very absentmindedly is drawing on the dirt with a stick.
What you drawing there?
Oh, no, it's nothing. It's just doodle.
No, okay. I thought I'd find you reading or something, but hey, drawing's a good hobby too.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't been feeling up to it lately. So, I don't know. It's just like reading. I don't know why, but it's not interesting to me right now.
What did you do with my sister? Who are you?
I'm Zara.
Fuck. And you see he's like joking about this. He's not like serious. He's like, you, how many hours you spent reading? Like the only friend you ever made was through reading.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Maybe I just need a break.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
not a bad thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure. But you feel any? All right. You feel okay otherwise.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
He's really like thinking about asking her because he at least knows what fiends are capable of, but at the same time doesn't want to like intrude. She took initiative to do something and now is maybe being introspective. I don't know, maturing, and so he's not sure. And so we'll leave it at that for the night.
Okay. And you continue on, and a few more days pass. You continue on with your adventures, and it's becoming increasingly obvious that Zara seems to have a lot less mindfulness for her own safety at this point. She seems to be very lackadaisical with how she compared to how she normally is. It almost kind of feels like she's trying to be noticed and pick a fight, almost. Yeah, she's almost feels like intentionally putting herself in harm's way sometimes.
Does she do anything that like seems straight out, even to Bren, like stupid?
Yeah, there was one time when you guys were in a fight, and this was after you guys defeated Potato Head, and during this whole thing you were given the medallion to run off with, and she was left behind to kind of fend off this whatever kind of demon skull person was. She stayed behind to kind of divert her off, and you did not want to let her do that.
Yeah.
But, she commanded you to go.
Oh, okay.
And so you did. And for some reason, this command seemed to have took you all the way back to camp before you realized what happened. And you immediately ditched the medallion, give it to someone else, and you ran right back. You didn't even you just dumped it there.
Yeah.
Told BB to take care of it. You sprinted it back, and you see this time you see Gwen. You see Zara. She's kind of lying at the base of a tree. She's severely burnt.
Rushes up to her with that shit and like looks around and says, like, is it only Zell right now?
Yeah, it's only Zara.
Is a demon around at all or no?
No.
Okay, that's what. I'm gonna be mad at you later, but we need to take care of you first, and like we'll just help her back to camp, picking her up and whatnot.
Okay. It's like, okay. Just like, it's okay. It was worth it.
What do you have any healing magic? Heal yourself. You're burned everywhere.
I think I tuckered out of magic.
Don't worry, give it a sec. I think either Gwen can help or somebody at the camp.
Right. You take her, you drag her back to the camp. The people there, it was not just Gwen, but some of the other people there who like deals with the medicine things, they patch her up, right? And she's kind of just resting there now. Right? You're just like wondering what the hell happened. This is not something that ever happened before.
Yeah. Bren like entered mission mode, as the two of them do, but now that he has some time to introspect, he's just like there's a sense of violation there, because one, right, being forced to leave his sister, but two, via his sister casting magic on him, which she knows how he feels about magic.
Right.
But he like just stews and like walks and paces and tries to almost find a justifiable decision until she wakes up and can't talk.
Right. Eventually, one of the people who's kind of in charge of the medical stuff, she tells you that Zara's away and that she can maybe take a couple of visitors.
Go with the rest of the party to see how she is.
And she's kind of just, there, kind of just staring out into the distance. Very not doing anything, just kind of staring into the tent.
At first, like, feigning, like, hey, glad you're doing better or whatnot, but as she seems despondent, we'll ask the party, hey, can I get a moment to talk to her? And we'll say, Zal, the fuck was going on back there?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Why'd you not only stay behind like that, but why'd you tell me to go?
I mean, that's the mission, right?
The mission is to look out for each other while doing whatever else we were supposed to do.
Yeah, but I think you'd be more in danger if you were with me, so...
It looks her up and down. You realize you're the one that was in danger. And his face grimaces. At the very least, you could have told me instead of commanding me.
Would you have listened, though?
Hell no, but still, you know how I feel about magic.
I don't know. I think maybe sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, you know? And I don't know, Bren. It's recently it just feels like I've been wondering if it'd be better to approach things that way. Like, will we get things done faster, better if we just... I don't know, I've been feeling... I just feel like we haven't been doing enough.
So, he'll bend down for a moment. He shirks the magic thing and says, you understand, we've always had one mission, right? And that's to watch out for each other while we are on the streets or with the allocators. Whatever we get done together.
Yeah, you're right. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Thanks.
Either way, we make the decisions together, right?
Right.
When one of us makes a decision for the other, it has to be something that the other one will believe in.
Okay.
Get some rest. You haven't been yourself recently. Has she still been on fire?
She's no longer on fire at this
Okay.
point.
Take some resolve in that and be like, yeah, get some rest. But he
Okay.
seems very unsure.
Right. Okay. Some more days pass. You guys are now traveling to Plumage Peaks, going along the same north path. You see that you guys encounter the family of kind of large flying squirrel-like creatures, the Tobi Kadachi.
Mm-hmm.
And Zelra just kind of identifies them from along the way, and she's like, okay, let's set up and kill the creatures.
But what do you mean?
Well, we can use them for parts, which...
Well, yeah, but that there seems like a bunch of kids, though. They're younglings.
So?
You're not gonna get many parts out of them anyway, and weren't you the one that was interested in all the wildlife on this island?
I mean, yeah, but like, don't we also need to prepare ourselves, right?
Yeah, but... And Bren has some dissonance as, like, maybe he would have been okay with this, even, Soul Bren, but the fact that Zell is wanting to do it is what's throwing him off. I looks her up and down and, like, really starts putting together all the changes that's been happening over weeks. He's not smart as Zell, so he wasn't able to put together just how bad this was as fast as she did, and just says, I don't think we should.
Why not? Normally you are pretty on board with this stuff.
Yeah, I could be convinced, but I'll tell you about it tonight, but trust me on this. I'll tell you why.
Alright. So instead you go fight a big ugly red dinosaur.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys do that just fine. And you take camp of the night.
That night, Bren's gonna talk to Zell. Zell, you've been acting a lot strange recently. What deal did you make those weeks ago?
Oh, you mean the one with the shady woman?
Yeah.
She said that, if I'm willing to be put on fire for a few encounters, then I would...
It can't just be that, Zell. There's still something going on. What did she say exactly?
I questioned her about it, and she said it was the type of fire that it was something special. It was a special type of fire, one that is in-housed in a person, as opposed to like just my clothes being set on fire.
And he'll just mutter, remembering those words in your soul.
I guess?
Zell, what do you enjoy doing?
I don't know, Bren. I'm not really sure. Sometimes I'm not even sure why I'm here. Like, I know we were here for like a mission or something, but I'm just like, recently I've just even been thinking like, is any of this worth it? What's even the point?
There's always a point, Zell. You're living. You're alive.
Am I? I don't feel anything. I last few nights, sometimes I wonder, like, what would happen if I just take this.
Grabs a gun. He looks like, for the first time ever, right, in the whole campaign so far, Bren looks afraid. And he says, give me a sec, I need to clean your gun, but stay there, I'll be right back.
Okay.
He's going to go to BB.
Okay.
BB, I think there's something really wrong with Zell.
What do you mean?
Can you do some magic, some stuff, just to check her soul? I don't know how this shit works. Is there anything you can do?
I don't have access to that magic specifically, but we can go back to town and maybe find someone who's well versed in this.
Okay. Gwen, I see Gwen like sparring on the side. Like, Gwen, I need some help. You're
what?
Like a holy person, right?
Okay.
They're supposed to be like in tuned with stuff. Like, can you check Gwen's Zell's soul?
That's not quite how divine sense works. I can check if she's good or evil, or if she's a fiend or something like that, but I don't know if I can check someone's soul
Can you?
specifically.
And he like pauses and he's really hesitant. Can you do that first part?
What, checking if she's good or evil?
Yeah.
Okay. This is kind of weird. I think she just kind of is. She's not good or evil.
Okay. Brandon just starts like anxiously pacing. I see what you're saying, but he's more just talking to himself and just like autopilot talking. He's like seems actually worried versus like any other mission not worried. Okay, yep, we're going back. B, what do we need to go to? Like, there's some smart magic dude anywhere?
BB will tell you that, probably some higher level clerics may be more well versed in this topic.
Okay, let's do that. Bren is literally hitting up the temples, hitting up that high level wizard at the teleportation space, and fucking dragging the party by force if he has to like, find out what's fucking going on.
You do that, and so I was like, wait, but we're supposed to do this.
New mission, Zell. Trust me.
Okay. Okay. You guys, you go back to the place, and you go visit some clerics and some temples, and you manage to piece together that Zelra's soul is probably incomplete at this point, and the diagnosis is that it's essentially falling apart.
And how do we fix it? Tell me, Doc.
Well, the main problem with this is, does she want to fix it?
I'm talking to you, Doc. Tell me how to fix it.
I mean, you can maybe... let me put it this way. So there's a well-known method where you can try to temper her with the sacred flame and kind of reforge her anew. But the problem
All
with
right,
this
we'll
method,
try that. And he runs out.
No, you should listen to me. He grabs your arm. This method has a very low chance of success because you need to have the willpower and the ability to want to do it. You have to be willing to live. And in these scenarios, many people with these symptoms will just give up. So again, the question is, does she want to? If she does not, then if she does this, she'll die.
I can convince her. I can convince her.
Okay.
Just tell me what I have to do, and I'll convince her first, then we'll go.
I'm not sure how to answer that question. That's between you and her.
Well, tell me where to go. Where is this sacred flame?
We do have a sacred flame at the general temple, Wyvercrest, the one where people can go to for just like any sort of normal practice.
Okay. Good.
You can ask the priests if they're willing to lend you a bit of it for this process, but they will ask you the same questions I will. And if you cannot convince them that she is ready and willing, I don't think they'll be willing to help you because they know what will happen.
Don't worry, Doc. I can convince her. Be fine.
Okay.
I'll come thank you in a couple days.
Okay.
And he is going to return. He is probably like, because he's a bit of a wreck about this, telling BB, telling Gwen, right? Like, touching base with them. Brett is not like, a closed off person, especially when it comes to this. And he's like looking for support more than he would have ever looked at or before. before he finally like, okay, yep, nope, I just need to go talk to her. And very much like treating her like, a sick relative or sick family member, right? Almost
Right.
taking too much responsibility and keeping out of the loop. He'll finally go through the door and says, all right, Zell, let me tell you about the mission.
Okay.
I think I studied a thing or two about fiends. I know they're dangerous, but I think the deal you took was especially dangerous.
Oh. Okay.
It literally burned your soul.
Oh.
And
So what does that mean?
that means you're losing what makes you you. You're losing the, like, who you are.
Oh. I don't really understand.
Even though you don't want to now. You remember how you once wanted to read, right?
Yeah?
You remember how things were important to you.
Yes?
And that's gone now.
Okay.
That's why.
Oh. I mean, sure. I guess.
Zell, and he like grips her shoulder. You have to understand, if this keeps going, you just won't have any feelings at all.
Oh. Oh. Okay. So, what do we do?
We can fix it, but you're gonna have to want to fix it.
Uh, oh, okay.
You're gonna have to remember what it means to like want something again.
Oh, oh, all right.
Is there anything at all that you can grasp onto that you really care about?
I want you to be happy.
Okay, well, for me to be happy, you gotta be around. You got that? Otherwise, who else am I gonna fucking bully?
Oh, okay. All right. What do we do?
There's this thing, and he starts explaining the procedure with the sacred flame and whatnot, but stresses, we gotta be a team on this. You gotta fight with me all the way. Like, almost
Okay.
like talking to a cancer patient, right? And like, you gotta put in the effort. Like, we're in this together.
Okay. All right. Okay. You guys eventually reach this agreement, and a few days, you prepare all the necessary material. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you set it up, and is it just you? Is anyone else there?
I'm bringing the party.
All right, you bring the party, and they kind of light up this sacred flame, and kind of like the small kind of bonfire. And they turn to Zara, and they motion over for her to kind of stand in it, right? And she goes in, and she kind of stands, and the fire starts licking through her, right? And goes
Mm-hmm.
up to her legs, her chest, and you can see that she's like kind of her eyes are furrowed. She's really trying to concentrate on being able to get through this, and then she starts screaming.
Bren immediately panics and is like, looks at the priest, looks at the things.
It's
And-
like, well, it's going to hurt. Yes.
But it's working?
Well, it's up to her now, right?
Bren will
And-
look at Zell and be like,
And she starts screaming, but as it kind of rises in pitch, it starts getting fainter and fainter, and she starts swaying a bit before kind of dropping to her knees.
Zell like goes to catch her and just, hey, Zell.
You can see it's hard to hold on to her. The flames are kind of eating at you too.
He
At this
will
point.
fucking not give a shit.
All right, you hold on to her, and she looks just like I'm so sorry, Bren.
Hey, what do you mean?
I don't know if I can do this.
You remember the time we shot those pink handcuffs? That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You remember that time we fucking, broke into Silver's room, checked out that paper on that mission, and then we're like, yo, we could do this, and went on ourselves.
Yeah.
You
I
remember?
remember.
You remember how much fun it was to see her face? When not only did we come back, but we came back, blah blah blah, and he will literally just keep talking about times to try and force her through memories of times where they enjoyed themselves and lived life.
And she's just kind of sitting there, she's nodding with you. But eventually, she kind of just puts her hand over yours, like, Bren, I know I'm dying. It's okay. You don't have to do this anymore.
There's nothing have to about this, Zell. And we'll. What do you mean? You don't have to die. You just have to want to live.
But I think I've seen you've been worrying about me this entire time, and I don't know. Maybe it's better if I'm just not here. If I'm gone, you don't have to deal with me anymore.
How can someone be this smart and this much of an idiot? Look, you understand. If you want to stop me from worrying, then fucking do the mission.
I don't know. I think I just realized something, Bren. Sometimes I'm not strong enough. And
Says who?
I've always been trying to follow you and keep up with you and really just be able to be there for you. But like you're doing so well for yourself. I can see you're going to.
So,
you can move on.
How many times have you saved my life? How many times have you dragged me back from the bar drunk?
It's fine. You'll have someone else to do that too. It'll be okay. And it's like I'm sure you'll be fine without me, Bren.
You know, Bren's not gonna. He will literally just keep going and like trying to convince her the whole way, bringing up as much emotional baggage, like trying all different tactics, right? From like convincing her emotionally to peer pressuring her, guilting her, any possible way you could think of.
But she kind of just smiles as you can see that like it almost seems like her body is burning away, and like bit by bit, and it's getting absorbed into the flame itself. It's like, you can do it, Bren. I believe in you. Go on without me, she whispers as finally her figure is engulfed, and you feel nothing but heat as you realize that yet again the flames have taken something from you.
He likely sits there, right? And will continue sitting there unless anyone does anything, like the party or the priest.
Well, as you sit there and you just you're on your knees and you just bend down, you can't even scream, you just can't believe it, and you close your eyes and you open them again, and you're on a stone floor. The lighting is completely different. You also feel slightly different from what you remember. You feel more empty inside, but
soul returned to what it was.
Yes. You look up, you see you're in this place. You were told not to remember, but now that you're back here, you remember everything. You remember saying how you wanted to do this. You see the party looking over you as you have collapsed onto your knees. And you remember it all. Remember the entire existence that you just went through. And you realize just exactly what you've been putting your sister through.
Looks at the dude who's probably still sipping his tea.
It hurts, doesn't it?
I'll only need one shot after we finish the mission.
I'll do you a favor. I'll let you shoot me now.
No. Not yet.
All right. You understand, do you? Hold it fast in your heart, good sir. And for the rest of you, are you sure? You don't have to do this.
Thought you said we had to do this.
You could still walk away. You just be, some of you'll be in it and some of you won't. But it's going to be like this. Are you still sure?
I raise my hand. I have a question.
Yes?
So these two went through it, right? I gesture to
Right.
Bren and Zara. Okay. Do you, like, are they stronger?
We've only finished the first part. Brent finally stands on his feet.
Well, do you think they're stronger for this? You have seen what they've done through. You have seen what decisions they've made. Answer me this. Are they strong?
Yeah, they're really strong, but
All right.
that seems you just kind of, I don't know, torturing them.
Yes, in a sense, that is the way to describe it. Although, at the same time, that is a taste of what you will experience. As much as the stories glorify these things, being a hero isn't easy, is it? You'll be going through moments like this. You'll be facing challenges that you will not expect. And although I cannot say I understand entirely how these things I've been talking about, fate, all these matters work, I do believe in my heart that the reason why mortals are blessed by this, and not us gods, is because we've lost the ability to really value hardship.
So out of character, are you asking if we want to go through this because, like, you're asking if we want to do it in, like, tonight's session, or is it like,
Okay, this is definitely gonna be tomorrow for the rest of you.
yeah?
I think it was just a narrative dropping point, just to reaffirm.
I mean, like, yeah, I still got to go through it, you know.
Right. But like, I'm putting you guys through a lot, dude. I put myself through a lot. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So we are probably going to stop here and then pick up the rest of you tomorrow. I hope this last few parts has been interesting for you, I guess.
Yeah.
Might be one way to put it.
Zell has thoughts.
Alright.
What is Zell looking like when Brent came out of that?
Well, she's thinking like, okay, this guy knows what happened in the past, so this part is like probably true also, right? And she's putting the pieces together because she never got the full story.
Oh, of his soul actually fucking coming apart.
You know, like the whole like, oh, you know, you gotta want to, you know, and it's like, oh, you gotta do this, and she's like, I never heard about any of this, but it's gotta be true, right? She's just kind of thinking, she's mulling it over.
If Brent sees her with like a concentrating expression, actually like thinking and looking at him, he does look a little guilty in terms of, yeah, that stuff seems true.
Alright. We've gone through 2 harrowing encounters. We've got 3 more. I'm putting your characters through a lot. This, if you have any comments about this, is probably time to do it, because I feel like this is the type of story I want to be able to tell. So,
I enjoyed it. I have considered before, both Zell and Bren's stories if either of them died. Got a little splash of that.
Yeah. So, if this is not quite your cup of tea, let me know now.
I feel like you were looking for an answer from me, and I was just like, nope, I refuse.
You don't have to answer. This is just something you guys can all figure out together. I think this would be good.
Yeah, but that is probably how Zell would do it. She's like, nope, I refuse. Nope, nope, I refuse. Nope.
Denial. It's a coping mechanism.
Okay. Like, yeah, so I can at least talk about this much. So, like, at this point, you guys probably realize, like, I've been DMing for you guys for a while, right? There's been certain things about your character that I've decided to pick out as points of interest, right? If you have anything that you want to cover, it's kind of, I kind of feel like I wasn't sure if I should bring this up beforehand, because I kind of wanted it to be a surprise. But at the same time, it's kind of like, if you have anything specific in mind, like, you've got less than 12 hours, right?
I mean, do you want to know what Gwen's reaction might be to a similar situation so I can plan around it? Or would you rather be like improv?
If you guys are okay with me improvising, I'm going to continue doing it, because I think it's kind of interesting for me to also explore this, right? I have a lot of fun, not just like DMing and like preparing the material, but seeing like what you guys do with your characters and how I can also add like some of my own thoughts to it. You know, that's kind of like the privilege I kind of get as a DM, that I can give you guys situations where you can sit down and ask yourself, what does this mean for my character?
I agree. I enjoyed that as well, both as a player and as a DM, to experience it. And it was nice to experience it.
This is pretty stressful for me, because this is the first time I actually attempted this. Like, I did not do this with the other group. I was not ready for something like that. So like, and also just like their attitudes for this stuff is a little different. You know, it's a lot more carefree, I would say. But like, since you guys are more kind of in tune with acting character and stuff, I kind of wanted to try this out. So like, I've been planning this for like a couple of months now. Well, actually, no, it's been longer than a couple of months. I'm doing this for a long while, actually. And like, I since I did a couple, I'm kind of interested in what you guys think so far, and whether it's like this is the kind of path that you think is okay for me to continue going down. It's okay if you don't, like, that's fine, you know, like.
I have a lot of commentary, but it's mostly negative. Like, first thing is that we were told the session would take 2 hours, and it is over double that.
Yeah.
So there's something very wrong with the pacing.
Yeah.
But like, my main issue here is that like I dislike the level of player agency in these scenes. Like, there's a large number of times where you say X player character does that, like, you do this, you decide this, you say this, you think this, and it's like I feel that I should be in control of what my character does, thinks, and decides.
Mm,
But like many of these things were decided for your players
right.
in these scenes.
Okay.
So like when I play this game, I'm here for the like player agency.
Okay.
And I think that this style of scene is not one that I would enjoy.
Okay.
I'm of two heads of it because, like, on the one hand, you know, a little delve into character, like the whole character focus is interesting, but again, it is a pacing issue. There was like 45 minutes per scene, and you know, there's a lot of characters. And um, on the one hand, like if you control what the other players are saying in the scene, it speeds things up a little. And you know, it is kind of like, you know, the All Father is controlling the scene, so maybe he's like making these characters, you know, like they're fake, right?
They are fake.
So I don't mind that as much, but it is definitely a lot, even if they are interesting character scenes, to be um like I think you can get the exploration and the point across while parsing down the details. Like, I think, for example, like Zero's scene, like she's trying to figure out what the point of her being in the world is, and you're trying to be like, and I think the point in the end was like, well, how is she going to live without this group? And like, you didn't have to spend so much time like having her figure it out, like go to library research. You can be just like, oh, you know, here's what happened. Like, what do you, and just, you know.
Hmm.
One thing that I found like particularly charring or egregious was like when Zara said, well, when V said, I'm gonna go fight the good fight, and then you decide like you play that for her and run an entire 5-year sequence without any further input from the player from
Hmm.
V, which is like neat. Like it's a neat story, and that's cool. And like as a story, like yeah, I enjoyed that, but like I don't feel that I'm playing D&D. I feel like I'm listening to a story,
Mm.
which like that's fine, but it's not what I signed up for. Like
Okay.
it's fine, and that's like an experience that like I could enjoy, but it's not the experience that I thought I was coming to today.
Okay. Uh.
One thing about the cutting down that I noticed was for Bren, you re explained the fire thing, but you probably could have just said you know, he tells you the same thing that.
Yeah, I was really struggling with a lot of this. Like, these are all things that I kind of considered. I feel the agency problem a lot because, like, I want to give you guys the room to like decide these things, but also like don't want us to be here forever, right?
I do agree. Lawrence put it in good ways. Like pacing versus agency, it's hard to balance, right? Pacing
I
definitely could be improved. The agency thing, I do agree with Lawrence said. Like you shouldn't say your player thinks or feels this way.
okay,
You can do a bit of like your character does this, for instance, in
okay,
scenes like this to pace it up. Like
okay,
ask the player questions, and based on the
okay,
answer to the question, just go on for a bit and then ask them another question.
okay, okay. That might be a better way of doing it.
Yeah, for instance, Zell looks into what's going on. Don't do the library scene like Gwen said. Like do a bunch of like, okay, you do this, this, and this, and you figure this out.
I'm not sure if this is like what you're going for, but like I feel like you're trying to guide us to specific answers or scenarios, and like we can't read your mind.
Right, that's another problem. I agree. And part of me is also not even. I try to leave it as like more open ended in case you reach a different answer that like than what I'm expecting, which Like for example, the Zara one, I think that was not an answer I was looking for, but I thought it was a good one. So I was just like, okay. But at the same time, it's like, how much of that is me kind of like railroading certain things, right?
I think you're taking too long to ask the question, personally.
Right. Okay. I just say it's just better for me to kind of give you guys like more prompts, something like that.
I think Jess said it correctly. Like, not just ask the question quicker, as well as ask the very pointed question. Don't ask vague questions. It's fine to have a direct question. Hey, what do you do in the next like 2 years or 2 weeks or this amount of time?
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I got 12 hours to think about this, or I can give up. Of course, I could do that too. I think I can try incorporating at least some amount of this, like immediately. It should be actionable advice. Uh, okay, I have to think about how to do that better in the future for things I can't do immediately. Okay. It is kind of rough. I feel very like I think player agency is really important, but it's also something I struggle a lot with. So like if these things happen, just like let me know. And I will try to do what I can to hopefully make it better. Like shit, man.
The first tries at this thing is always going to be like, not exactly right. Hell, like, nth tries of this won't be like, oh, shit, I could do this differently.
I think it's just like I felt like I was taking a pretty big risk today. I really wanted to do it. So I was like pretty concerned. I intended on like writing a more concise script, but then I fell asleep for 5 hours. I fucked up.
I think for tomorrow, like, let's just, well, or you like decide now. Like, you said it was going to be 2 hours. Are you going to be 2
Yeah,
hours?
I need to know. Like, I need to know. Is it going to be 2 hours or is it like?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut it 2 hours.
Okay, because like.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut it 2 hours.
Because like historically, like not a single one of our sessions has been the length of time that we like prescribed it to be.
Yeah.
Not a single one. So like I need to like actually know so I know how much like mental energy I need to budget each day for this.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Like
I feel like I really think I'm better with the other group, but I think it's because it's like easier for me to cut off.
Well, I mean, also you said you weren't doing this kind of thing. Oh, like, I mean, like, also if you need to go over in the future, just like also.
I feel like I could have, for example, cut it off after Zara, but like
Yeah.
that was like one thing I could have done. Sorry about that. Like I think I gave you guys a lot of time to kind of mess around in the early parts too, which I didn't account for. And that's also my bad because I don't want to like take that away from you either.
I mean like I think part of why that happened is because we didn't really like we were saying like okay let's go.
All right.
And
Yeah.
then we didn't go. So like
Okay.
just like filling space and
I guess sometimes I should just let you guys go.
To continue the scene, right? Like, if there is a pause, right, just start continuing the scene unless someone interjects.
Okay. Let's see. I think it's I think this is actually the biggest difference between the two groups because I get very unsure here when like you guys are having like these conversations where it's kind of like your characters are interacting with each other because like I want to give you guys room to do that and also like um I know sometimes that can go on a tangent of course, right? But like I don't know if interrupting that is like such a great idea either. I know for sure the other group really rather prefers being able to do it as opposed to like me kind of cutting them off. Right? So I feel like I was kind of defaulting to that because I was like, oh, maybe they want to really go over this. But I think perhaps for you guys, I should be more concise with these things.
Like the number one, like the only piece of feedback, like the one that actually fucking matters for me is like we're on session 21 and I think we just started the MSQ. Like
Uh,
like I would enjoy it a lot more if stuff happened more quickly and like story beats or like significant events like happened.
okay. I think this is a huge concern too because I was like, how long is this going to run? This is taking a while, right?
Yeah, we're on session 21. Like I'm not like
This is a problem overall. Yeah.
Like, I'm fine if we kind of just like skim over Gwen's like character sequence. Like, you give me the details what happened, and I tell you what Gwen's reaction will be instead of really acting it out.
I mean, I've had this like this is my like personal feeling of how I enjoy D&D to be played, and I think I've expressed before that don't really like I don't really care too much for like individual character stories. Like if BB doesn't get an individual character story, I might actually be happier. Because like I would prefer like a faster pace to the party's story rather than like I care more about the party story than individual character stories. And
Okay.
but that's like my preference. I don't know the fuck like I don't know how that lines up with other people's preferences. Like I know other well I do because like I know like Ash likes individual character stories and V seems to be invested in like her and Ash's like character stories. But like yeah, like this is I mean whatever.
No,
Okay.
like I can say I do agree with Lawrence. I like both, right? But what's nice about individual character stories is because they are like the little bits along the way of the major character story. Like it adds to the major character story, so
Right.
that you want to pace it to be to stand out more, be a lot smaller.
Right. I think this is definitely. I would say specifically for this party, I think one of the things I had trouble with was like it. The issue with like Brett and Zara is that because of their background, they're very insular, right?
Well, one thing I will
And
say,
like, I was like, okay, how do I get everyone on the same page in story, quote unquote? Like,
one thing I will say about also personal character stories is I like them a lot usually when they're incorporated into the party story, and so
right.
you can
That's what I was having trouble with. I was like, I want to be able to incorporate this into party story as
yeah,
opposed to just being its own thing.
you can like make huge decisions. That's fine, right? Just have either world government shit happen or like just suddenly have someone from Gwen's past get involved with the main character story, right? Have our stories get involved with the main
Right.
character story.
I think I chose this method, but like there's probably some better ones or like some more expedient ones.
I am of the opinion this method is fine, except honestly, it should be 10 to 20 minutes per character, just because
Okay.
everyone else is
Okay.
waiting.
Okay. Then I just have to budget time better. Like this is I would say my biggest flaw, I think, as a DM. I am unsure how long these things will take. Right? I think I would say personally, I prefer like fleshing out individual characters probably more than anything else. So like I'm pretty biased toward that front, which I think affects my judgment.
Hey, I'm a fan of personal character stories myself. That's actually one of the reasons I started text RPing between sessions, because that gets me that fix without me feeling like shit. I need to account for everyone's time during a actual session.
Right. So like, but I mean, like as a DM, I have to account for all of you as well. So I
Mhm.
feel kind of bad right now, a little bit.
I would only feel bad if you're not learning something from this. Every time you're gonna be like doing something different or better or even worse, right?
Okay. At least for tomorrow, it will be. I'll give you guys a faster rundown for sure, and I don't know if it's a reassurance, but definitely the ones that I kind of walked in knowing that it would be more complicated in the outset was definitely Zara and Brun. The other ones I figured it was gonna be shorter to begin with, but like, um, keeping that in mind, I'll still try to keep it like simple. Let's say.
Pew pew pew. BR. Bahamas Rest. Any there. Hey.